Scene dispersed in several parts of the Roman Empire. Act 1. Scene 1. Alexandria, a room in Cleopatra's palace. Enter Demetrius and Philo. Philo. Nay, but this dotage of our generals. O'erflows the measure, those his goodly eyes, that o'er the files and musters of the war have glowed like plated Mars, now bend, now turn. The office and devotion of their view. Upon a tawny front, his captain's heart, which in the scuffles of great fights hath burst. The buckles on his breast reneges all temper, and is become the bellows and the fan, to cool a gypsy's lust. Flourish, enter Antony and Cleopatra, her ladies the train, with eunuchs fanning her. Chapter 50, where they come. Take but good note, and you shall see in him the triple pillar of the world transformed. Chapter 1, Ntio a strumpet's fool, behold and see. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 1, if it be love indeed, tell me how much. Antony. There's beggary in the love that can be reckoned. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 1, Ulceta born how far to be beloved. Antony. Then must thou needs find out new heaven, new earth. Enter a messenger. Chapter 1000, Essengr. News, my good lord, from Rome. Antony. Grates me the sum. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Nay, hear them, Antony. Fulvia perchance is angry, or who knows? Chapter 1, if the scarce-bearded Caesar have not sent his powerful mandate to you, do this or this. Take in that kingdom, and enfranchise that. Performed, or else we damn thee. Antony. How, my loves? Chapter 150, Eopatra. Perchance, nay and most like. You must not stay here longer, your dismission. Chapter 1, come from Caesar, therefore hear it, Antony. Where's Fulvia's process? Caesar's, I would say, both. Chapter 100, all in the messengers, as I am Egypt's queen. Thou blushest, Antony, and that blood of thine. Chapter 1, Caesar's homager, else so thy cheek pays shame. When shrill-tongued Fulvia scolds, the messengers. Antony. Chapter 50, et Rome and Tiber melt, and the wide arch of the ranged empire fall, here is my space. Kingdoms are clay, are dungy earth alike. Feeds beast as man, the nobleness of life. Chapter 1, to do thus, when such a mutual pair and such a twain can dot, in which I bind, on pain of punishment, the world to weet. We stand up peerless. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Excellent falsehood. Why did he marry Fulvia, and not love her? Chapter 1, I'll seem the fool I am not, Antony will be himself. Antony. But stirred by Cleopatra. Now, for the love of love in her soft hours. Chapter 50, Ed's not confound the time with conference harsh. There's not a minute of our lives should stretch without some pleasure now, what sport tonight? Chapter 150, Eopatra. Hear the ambassadors. Antony. Fie wrangling queen, whom everything becomes, to chide, to laugh, to weep, whose every passion fully strives to make itself in thee fair and admired. No messenger but thine, and all alone. Tonight we'll wander through the streets and note the qualities of people. Come, my queen. Chapter 50, night you did desire it, speak not to us. Exeunt Antony and Cleopatra with the train. Chapter 500, Emetrius. Chapter 1, Caesar with Antonius prized so slight. Philo. Sir, sometimes when he is not Antony, he comes too short of that great property, which still should go with Antony. Chapter 500, Emetrius. Chapter 1, am full sorry that he approves the common liar who thus speaks of him at Rome, but I will hope Of better deeds tomorrow, rest you happy. Scene 2, Alexandria, another room in Cleopatra's palace. Enter Enobarbus, a soothsayer, Charmian, Eras, Mardian, and Alexas. Chapter 100, Harman. Chapter 50, Ord Alexas, sweet Alexas, most anything Alexas, almost most absolute Alexas, where's the soothsayer that you praised so to th, queen? Oh, that I knew this husband which you say must charge his horns with garlands. Alexas. Soothsayer. Soothsayer. Your wills. Chapter 100, Harman. Chapter 1, Is this the man, ist you sir that know things? Soothsayer. Chapter 1, N Nature's infinite book of secrecy. A little I can read. Alexas. Show him your hand. Enobarbus. Bring in the banquet quickly, wine enough. Chapter 150, Cleopatra's health to drink. Chapter 100, Harman. Good sir, give me good fortune. Soothsayer. Chapter 1, Make not but foresee. Chapter 100, Harman. Pray then foresee me one. Soothsayer. You shall be yet far fairer than you are. Chapter 100, Harman. He means in flesh. Chapter 1, Ras. No, you shall paint when you are old. Chapter 100, Harman. Wrinkles forbid. Alexas. Chapter 5, Ex not his prescience, be attentive. Chapter 100, Harman. Hush. Soothsayer. You shall be more beloving than beloved. Chapter 100, Harman. Chapter 1, Had rather heat my liver with drinking. Alexas. Nay, hear him. Chapter 100, Harman. Good now, some excellent fortune. Let me be married to 3 kings in a forenoon and widow them all. Let me have a child at 50, to whom Herod of Jewry may do homage. Find me to marry me with Octavius Caesar, and companion me with my mistress. Soothsayer. You shall outlive the lady whom you serve. Chapter 100, Harman. Oh, excellent, I love long life better than figs. Soothsayer. You have seen and proved a fairer former fortune than that which is to approach. Chapter 100, Harman. Then belike my children shall have no names. Prithee, how many boys and wenches must I have? Soothsayer. Chapter 1, If every of your wishes had a womb, and fertile every wish, 1,000,000. Chapter 100, Harman. Out, fool, I forgive thee for a witch. Alexas. You think none, but your sheets are privy to your wishes. Chapter 100, Harman. Nay, come, tell Eras hers. Alexas. We'll know all our fortunes. Enobarbus. Chapter 1001. Ni, and most of our fortunes tonight shall be drunk to bed. Chapter 1, Ras. There's a palm presages chastity, if nothing else. Chapter 100, Harman. E'en as the o'erflowing Nilus presageth famine. Chapter 1, Ras. Go you wild bedfellow, you cannot soothsay. Chapter 100, Harman. Nay, if an oily palm be not a fruitful prognostication, I cannot scratch mine ear. Prithee, tell her but workaday fortune. Soothsayer. Your fortunes are alike. Chapter 1, Ras. But how, give me particulars. Soothsayer. Chapter 1, Have said. Chapter 1, Ras. Am I not an inch of fortune better than she? Chapter 100, Harman. Well, if you were but an inch of fortune better than I, where would you choose it? Chapter 1, Ras. Not in my husband's nose. Chapter 100, Harman. Our worser thoughts heavens mend. Alexas, come, his fortune, Oh, let him marry a woman that cannot go, sweet Isis, I beseech thee, and let her die too, and give him a worse, and let worse follow worse, till the worst of all follow him laughing to his grave, 50-fold a cuckold. Good Isis, hear me this prayer, though thou deny me a matter of more weight. Good Isis, I beseech thee. Chapter 1, RAS. Amen, dear goddess, hear that prayer of the people. For, as it is a heartbreaking to see a handsome man loose-wived, so it is a deadly sorrow to behold a foul knave uncuckolded. Therefore, dear Isis, keep decorum and fortune him accordingly. Chapter 100, HARMIAN. Amen. ALEXAS. Chapter 50. Oh now, if it lay in their hands to make me a cuckold, they would make themselves whores, but they'd dot. Enter Cleopatra. ENOBRBUS. Hush, here comes Antony. Chapter 100, HARMIAN. Not he the queen. Chapter 150, EOPATRA. Saw you my lord. ENOBRBUS. No lady. Chapter 150, EOPATRA. Was he not here? Chapter 100, HARMIAN. No, madam. Chapter 150, EOPATRA. He was disposed to mirth, but on the sudden a Roman thought hath struck him, inobarbus. ENOBRBUS. Chapter 1000, Adam. Chapter 150, EOPATRA. Seek him and bring him hither, where S. Alexas. ALEXAS. Here at your service, my lord approaches. Enter Antony with a messenger. Chapter 150, EOPATRA. We will not look upon him, go with us. Exeunt Cleopatra, Inobarbus, Charmian, Eras, Alexas, and Soothsayer. Chapter 1000, ESSENGR. Fulvia thy wife first came into the field. Antony. Against my brother Lucius. Chapter 1000, ESSENGR. Aye. But soon that war had end, and the time state. Chapter 1000. A deaf friends of them, jointing their force gainst Caesar. Whose better issue in the war from Italy. Upon the first encounter drave them. Antony. Well, what worst? Chapter 1000, ESSENGR. The nature of bad news infects the teller. Antony. When it concerns the fool or coward, on. Things that are past are done with me, tease thus. Who tells me true, though in his tale lie death. Chapter 1, hear him as he flattered. Chapter 1000, ESSENGR. Chapter 50, Abianus. This is stiff news, hath with his Parthian force extended Asia from Euphrates. His conquering banner shook from Syria to Lydia and to Zonia. Whilst Antony. Antony, thou wouldst say. Chapter 1000, ESSENGR. O my lord. Antony. Speak to me home, mince not the general tongue. Name Cleopatra, as she is called in Rome. Rail thou in Fulvia's phrase, and taunt my faults. With such full license as both truth and malice have power to utter, oh then we bring forth weeds. When our quick minds lie still, and our ills told us. Chapter 1, S as our earring, fare thee well a while. Chapter 1000, ESSENGR. At your noble pleasure. Enter another messenger. Antony. From Sicyon ho the news, speak there. Second messenger. The man from Sicyon. Antony. Chapter 1, S there's such a one. Second messenger. He stays upon your will. Antony. Chapter 50, at him appear. Exit second messenger. These strong Egyptian fetters I must break, or lose myself in dotage. Enter another messenger with a letter. What are you? Third messenger. Fulvia thy wife is dead. Antony. Where died she? Third messenger. Chapter 1, N Sicyon. Her length of sickness, with what else more serious. Chapter 999, Porteth thee to know this bears. Antony. Forbear me. Exit third messenger. There's a great spirit gone, thus did I desire it. What our contempts doth often hurl from us. We wish it ours again, the present pleasure. By revolution lowering, does become the opposite of itself, she's good being gone. The hand could pluck her back that shoved her on. Chapter 1, Must from this enchanting queen break off. 10,000 harms, more than the ills I know. Chapter 1000, Why idleness doth hatch, how now inobarbus. Enter inobarbus. Enobrbus. What's your pleasure, sir? Antony. Chapter 1, Must with haste from hence. Enobrbus. Why then we kill all our women, we see how mortal and unkindness is to them. If they suffer our departure, death's the word. Antony. Chapter 1, Must be gone. Enobrbus. Under a compelling occasion, let women die. It were pity to cast them away for nothing, though between them and a great cause they should be esteemed nothing. Cleopatra, catching but the least noise of this, dies instantly. I have seen her die 20 times upon far poorer moment. I do think there is metal in death which commits some loving act upon her, she hath such a celerity in dying. Antony. She is cunning past man's thought. Enobrbus. Alack, sir, no, her passions are made of nothing but the finest part of pure love. We cannot call her winds and waters sighs and tears, they are greater storms and tempests than almanacs can report. This cannot be cunning in her, if it be, she makes a shower of rain as well as Jove. Antony. Would I had never seen her. Enobrbus. Oh, sir, you had then left unseen a wonderful piece of work, which not to have been blessed withal would have discredited your travel. Antony. Fulvia is dead. Enobrbus. Sir. Antony. Fulvia is dead. Enobrbus. Fulvia. Antony. Chapter 500, Eid. Enobrbus. Why, sir, give the gods a thankful sacrifice. When it pleaseth their deities to take the wife of a man from him, it shows to man the tailors of the earth, comforting therein that when old robes are worn out, there are members to make new. If there were no more women but Fulvia, then had you indeed a cut, and the case to be lamented. This grief is crowned with consolation, your old smock brings forth a new petticoat, and indeed the tears live in an onion that should water this sorrow. Antony. The business she hath broached in the state. Chapter 100, Annot endure my absence. Enobrbus. And the business you have broached here cannot be without you, especially that of Cleopatra's, which wholly depends on your abode. Antony. No more light answers, let our officers have notice what we purpose, I shall break the cause of our expedience to the queen, and get her leave to part, for not alone. The death of Fulvia, with more urgent touches. Chapter 500, O strongly speak to us but the letters too. Of many our contriving friends in Rome. Petition us at home, Sextus Pompeius hath given the dare to Caesar, and commands the empire of the sea, our slippery people, whose love is never linked to the deserver, till his deserts are past, begin to throw Pompey the Great and all his dignities upon his son, who high in name and power, higher than both in blood and life, stands up for the main soldier, whose quality going on the sides oth world may danger, much as breeding, which like the courser's hair, hath yet but life, and not a serpent's poison, say our pleasure, to such whose place is under us, requires our quick remove from hence. Enobrbus. Chapter 1, Shall dot. Scene 3, Alexandria, a room in Cleopatra's palace. Enter Cleopatra, Charmian, Alexis, and Eras. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Where is he? Chapter 100, harman. Chapter 1, did not see him since. Chapter 150, eopatra. See where he is, who's with him, what he does. Chapter 1, did not send you, if you find him sad. Say I am dancing, if in mirth report. That I am sudden sick, quick and return. Chapter 100, harman. Chapter 1000, Adam, methinks, if you did love him dearly, you do not hold the method to enforce the like from him. Chapter 150, eopatra. What should I do not? Chapter 100, harman. Chapter 1, and each thing give him way, cross him in nothing. Chapter 150, eopatra. Thou teachest like a fool, the way to lose him. Chapter 100, harman. Tempt him not so too far, I wish forbear. Chapter 1, in time we hate that which we often fear. But here comes Antony. Enter Antony. Chapter 150, eopatra. Chapter 1, am sick and sullen. Antony. Chapter 1, am sorry to give breathing to my purpose. Chapter 150, eopatra. Help me away, dear Charmian, I shall fall. Chapter 1, T cannot be thus long, the sides of nature will not sustain it. Antony. Now my dearest queen. Chapter 150, eopatra. Pray you, stand farther from me. Antony. What's the matter? Chapter 150, eopatra. Chapter 1, no, by that same eye there's some good news. What says the married woman, you may go? Would she had never given you leave to come. Chapter 50, et her not say 'tis I that keep you here. Chapter 1, have no power upon you, hers you are. Antony. The gods best know. Chapter 150, eopatra. Oh, never was there queen so mightily betrayed, yet at the first. Chapter 1, saw the treasons planted. Antony. Chapter 150, eopatra. Chapter 150, eopatra. Why should I think you can be mine and true, though you in swearing shake the throned gods, who have been false to Fulvia, riotous madness, to be entangled with those mouth-made vows, which break themselves in swearing. Antony. Chapter 1000, ost sweet queen. Chapter 150, eopatra. Nay, pray you seek no colour for your going, but bid farewell and go, when you sued staying. Then was the time for words, no going then. Eternity was in our lips and eyes, bliss in our brows bent, none our parts so poor, but was a race of heaven, they are so still. Or thou, the greatest soldier of the world, art turned the greatest liar. Antony. How now, lady? Chapter 150, eopatra. Chapter 1, would I had thy inches, thou shouldst know. There were a heart in Egypt. Antony. Hear me, queen. The strong necessity of time commands our services a while, but my full heart remains in use with you. Our Italy shines o'er with civil swords, Sextus Pompeius. Chapter 1000, aches his approaches to the port of Rome. Equality of two domestic powers breeds scrupulous faction, the hated grown to strength, are newly grown to love, the condemned Pompey, rich in his father's honor, creeps apace. Chapter 1, Intio the hearts of such as have not thrived upon the present state, whose numbers threaten, and quietness, grown sick of rest, would purge by any desperate change, my more particular, and that which most with you should safe my going. Chapter 1, S. Fulvia's death. Chapter 150, eopatra. Though age from folly could not give me freedom. Chapter 1, T does from childishness, can Fulvia die? Antony. She's dead, my queen. Chapter 50, Ook here and at thy sovereign leisure read. The garbles she awaked, at the last best. See when and where she died. Chapter 150, Eopatra. O most false love! Where be the sacred vials thou shouldst fill? With sorrowful water, now I see. Chapter 1, N Fulvia's death how mine received shall be. Antony. Quarrel no more, but be prepared to know the purposes I bear, which are or cease. As you shall give advice, by the fire that quickens Nilus slime, I go from hence. Thy soldier, servant, making peace or war. As thou affects. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 100, Ut my lace Charmian come. But let it be, I am quickly ill and well. So Antony loves. Antony. Chapter 1000, Why precious queen forbear. And give true evidence to his love, which stands an honorable trial. Chapter 150, Eopatra. So Fulvia told me. Chapter 1, Prithee, turn aside and weep for her. Then bid adieu to me, and say the tears belong to Egypt. Good, now play one scene of excellent dissembling, and let it look. Chapter 51, Key perfect honor. Antony. You'll heat my blood, no more. Chapter 150, Eopatra. You can do better yet, but this is meetly. Antony. Now by my sword. Chapter 150, Eopatra. And target, still he mends. But this is not the best. Look, prithee Charmian, how this Herculean Roman does become the carriage of his chafe. Antony. Chapter 1, I'll leave you, lady. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 100, Our dues, Lord, one word. Sir, you and I must part, but that's not it. Sir, you and I have loved, but there's not it. That you know well, something it is I would. Oh, my oblivion is a very Antony. And I am all forgotten. Antony. But that your royalty holds idleness your subject, I should take you for idleness itself. Chapter 150, Eopatra. 'Tis sweating labor to bear such idleness so near the heart. As Cleopatra this, but sir, forgive me, since my becomings kill me when they do not. I well to you, your honor calls you hence. Therefore be deaf to my unpitied folly. And all the gods go with you, upon your sword. Sit laurel victory and smooth success be strewed before your feet. Antony. Chapter 50, Let us go come. Our separation so abides and flies, that thou residing here, goes yet with me. And I hence fleeting, here remain with thee. Away. Scene 4, Rome, an apartment in Caesar's house. Enter Octavius, Lepidus and their train. Chapter 100, Aesar. You may see, Lepidus and henceforth know. Chapter 1, Tea is not Caesar's natural vice to hate. Our great competitor, from Alexandria. This is the news, he fishes, drinks and wastes the lamps of night in revel, is not more manlike than Cleopatra, nor the queen of Ptolemy. Chapter 1000, or womanly than he, hardly gave audience, or. Chapter 5, Outsafe to think he had partners, you shall find there a man who is the abstract of all faults that all men follow. Chapter 50, Epidus. Chapter 1, Must not think there are evils enough to darken all his goodness. His faults in him seem as the spots of heaven. Chapter 1000, or fiery by night's blackness, hereditary. Rather than purchased, what he cannot chain, then what he chooses. Chapter 100, Aesar. You are too indulgent, let's grant it is not amiss to tumble on the bed of Ptolemy, to give a kingdom for a mirth, to sit and keep the turn of tippling with a slave, to reel the streets at noon, and stand the buffet with knaves that smell of sweat, say this becomes him. as his composure must be rare indeed. Whom these things cannot blemish, yet must Antony no way excuse his foils when we do bear so great weight in his lightness, if he filled his vacancy with his voluptuousness, full surfeits and the dryness of his bones. Chapter 100, all on him fort, but to confound such time that drums him from his sport, and speaks as loud as his own state and ours, teased to be chid. As we rate boys who, being mature in knowledge, pawn their experience to their present pleasure, and so rebel to judgment. Enter a messenger. Chapter 50, Epidus. Here's more news. Chapter 1000, ESSNGR. Thy biddings have been done, and every hour. Chapter 1000, Us noble Caesar shalt thou have report. How 'tis abroad, Pompey is strong at sea. And it appears he is beloved of those that only have feared Caesar, to the ports. The discontents repair, and men's reports give him much wronged. Chapter 100, AESAR. Chapter 1, should have known no less. Chapter 1, T hath been taught us from the primal state that he which is was wished until he were, and the ebbed man, ne'er loved till ne'er worth love. Chapter 100, Ohms deared by being lacked, this common body. Chapter 51, Key to a vagabond flag upon the stream. Goes to and back, lackeying the varying tide, to rod itself with motion. Enter a second messenger. Second messenger. Chapter 100, Esar, I bring thee word. Chapter 1000, Enocrates and Minas, famous pirates. Chapter 1000, Ache the sea serve them which they ear and wound. With keels of every kind, many hot inroads they make in Italy, the borders maritime. Chapter 50, Ack blood to think on't and flush youth revolt. No vessel can peep forth but tease as soon taken as seen, for Pompey's name strikes more then could his war resisted. Chapter 100, AESAR. Antony. Chapter 50, Eve thy lascivious wassels, when thou once was beaten from Modena, where thou slewst he Hirtius and Pansa, consuls at thy heel. Chapter 999, Famine follow, whom thou fought'st against. Though daintily brought up, with patience more than savages could suffer, thou didst drink the stale of horses, and the gilded puddle, which beasts would cough at, thy palate then did deign the roughest berry on the rudest hedge. Yea, like the stag when snow the pasture sheets, the barks of trees thou browsed, on the Alps. Chapter 1, T is reported thou didst eat strange flesh, which some did die to look on, and all this. Chapter 1, T wounds thine honor that I speak it now. Was born so like a soldier that thy cheek so much as lanked not. Chapter 50, Epidus. T's pity of him. Chapter 100, AESAR. Chapter 50, Edda's shames quickly. Chapter 500, Rive him to Rome, T's time we twain. Chapter 999, Show ourselves ith field, and to that end assemble we immediate council. Pompey thrives in our idleness. Chapter 50, Epidus. Tomorrow, Caesar. Chapter 1, shall be furnished to inform you rightly, both what by sea and land I can be able to front this present time. Chapter 100, AESAR. Till which encounter. Chapter 1, T is my business too, farewell. Chapter 50, Epidus. Farewell, my lord, what you shall know meantime of stirs abroad, I shall beseech you, sir, to let me be partaker. Chapter 100, AESAR. Chapter 500, Albt not, sir. Chapter 1, Knew it for my bond. Scene 5, Alexandria, a room in the palace. Enter Cleopatra, Charmian, Eras, and Mardian. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 100, Harmian. Chapter 100, Harmian. Chapter 1000, Adam. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Hut. Give me to drink mandragora. Chapter 100, Harmin. Why, madam? Chapter 150, Eopatra. That I might sleep out this great gap of time. Chapter 1000, Why Antony is away. Chapter 100, Harmin. You think of him too much. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Oh, 'tis treason. Chapter 100, Harmin. Chapter 1000, Adam, I trust not so. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Thou eunuch Mardian. Chapter 1000, Ardin. What's your highness' pleasure? Chapter 150, Eopatra. Not now to hear thee sing, I take no pleasure. Chapter 1, An odd eunuch has, 'tis well for thee. That being unseminared, thy freer thoughts. Chapter 1000, I not fly forth of Egypt, hast thou affections? Chapter 1000, Ardin. Yes, gracious madam. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 1, Indeed. Chapter 1000, Ardin. Not indeed, madam, for I can do nothing. But what indeed is honest to be done? Yet have I fierce affections, and think what Venus did with Mars. Chapter 150, Eopatra. O Charmian! Where think'st thou he is now? Stands he or sits he? Or does he walk, or is he on his horse? O happy horse, to bear the weight of Antony. Chapter 500, O bravely horse, for wot'st thou whom thou mov'st? The demi-atlas of this earth, the arm and burgonet of men, he's speaking now. Or murmuring, where's my serpent of old Nile? For so he calls me, now I feed myself with most delicious poison, think on me. That am with Phoebus, amorous pinches black, and wrinkled deep in time, broad-fronted Caesar. When thou wast here above the ground, I was a morsel for a monarch, and great Pompey would stand and make his eyes grow in my brow. There would he anchor his aspect, and die with looking on his life. Enter Alexas. Alexas. Sovereign of Egypt, hail. Chapter 150, Eopatra. How much unlike art thou, Mark Antony! Yet coming from him, that great medicine hath with his tanked gilded thee. How goes it with my brave Mark Antony? Alexas. Chapter 50, As thing he did, dear queen. He kissed, the last of many doubled kisses. This orient pearl, his speech sticks in my heart. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 1001, Neat ear must pluck it thence. Alexas. Good friend, quoth he. Say the firm Roman to great Egypt sends this treasure of an oyster, at whose foot to mend the petty present, I will peace her opulent throne with kingdoms, all the east. Say thou shall call her mistress. So he nodded, and soberly did mount an arm-gaunt steed, who neighed so high that what I would have spoke was beastly dumbed by him. Chapter 150, Eopatra. What was he, sad or merry? Alexas. Chapter 51, Key to the time oth year between the extremes of hot and cold, he was nor sad nor merry. Chapter 150, Eopatra. O well-divided disposition, note him. Note him, good Charmian, tease the man, but note him. He was not sad, for he would shine on those that make their looks by his. He was not merry, which seemed to tell them his remembrance lay. Chapter 1, Egypt with his joy, but between both. O heavenly mingle, best thou sad or merry? The violence of either thee becomes. So does it no man else, metst thou my posts? Alexas. I, madam, 20 several messengers. Why do you send so thick? Chapter 150, Eopatra. Who's born that day? When I forget to send to Antony. Shall die a beggar, ink and paper Charmian. Welcome, my good Alexis, did I Charmian? Ever love Caesar so? Chapter 100, Harman. Oh, that brave Caesar. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Be choked with such another emphasis. Say the brave Antony. Chapter 100, Harman. The valiant Caesar. Chapter 150, Eopatra. By Isis, I will give thee bloody teeth. Chapter 1, F thou with Caesar paragonic. Chapter 1000, Why man of men. Chapter 100, Harman. By your most gracious pardon. Chapter 1, Sing but after you. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 1000, Why salad days. When I was green in judgment, cold in blood. To say as I said then, but come away. Get me ink and paper. He shall have every day a several greeting. Or I'll unpeople Egypt. Act 2. Scene 1, Messina, a room in Pompey's house. Enter Pompey, Menecrates and Minas in warlike manner. Pompey. Chapter 1, If the great gods be just they shall assist. The deeds of justest men. Chapter 1000, Enicrates. No, worthy Pompey. That what they do delay they not deny. Pompey. Whiles we are suitors to their throne, decays. The thing we sue for. Chapter 1000, Enicrates. We, ignorant of ourselves. Beg often our own harms, which the wise powers. Chapter 500, Aeneas for our good, so find we profit. By losing of our prayers. Pompey. Chapter 1, Shall do well. The people love me, and the sea is mine. Chapter 1000, Why powers are crescent, and my auguring hope. Says it will come to th full, Mark Antony. Chapter 1, Egypt sits at dinner and will make. No wars without doors, Caesar gets money where. He loses hearts, Lepidus flatters both. Of both is flattered, but he neither loves. Nor either cares for him. Chapter 1000, Aeneas. Chapter 100, Esar and Lepidus. Are in the field, a mighty strength they carry. Pompey. Where have you this, 'tis false. Chapter 1000, Aeneas. From Silvius, sir. Pompey. He dreams, I know they are in Rome together. Chapter 50, Ooking for Antony, but all the charms of love. Salt Cleopatra, soften thy waned lip. Chapter 50, Et witchcraft join with beauty, lust with both. Tie up the libertine in a field of feasts. Keep his brain fuming, Epicurean cooks. Sharpen with cloyless sauce his appetite. That sleep and feeding may prorogue his honor. Even till a leth dullness. Enter Varius. How now Varius? Chapter 5, Arrius. This is most certain that I shall deliver. Chapter 1000, Arch Antony is every hour in Rome. Expected, since he went from Egypt tease. A space for farther travel. Pompey. Chapter 1, could have given less matter. A better ear, Minas I did not think. This amorous surfeiter would have donned his helm. For such a petty war, his soldiership. Chapter 1, S twice the other twain, but let us rear. The higher our opinion, that are stirring. Chapter 100, and from the lap of Egypt's widow pluck. The ne'er lust-wearied Antony. Chapter 1000, Aeneas. Chapter 1, Cannot hope. Chapter 100, Esar and Antony shall well greet together. His wife that's dead did trespasses to Caesar. His brother warred upon him, although I think not moved by Antony. Pompey. Chapter 1, Know not Minas. How lesser enmities may give way to greater. Were't not that we stand up against them all. 'Twere pregnant they should square between themselves. For they have entertained cause enough to draw their swords, but how the fear of us. Chapter 1000. I cement their divisions and bind up the petty difference we yet not know. Bet as our gods will haved, it only stands our lives upon to use our strongest hands. Chapter 100. Minas. Scene 2, Rome, a room in the house of Lepidus. Enter Enobarbus and Lepidus. Chapter 50, Epidus. Good Enobarbus, 'tis a worthy deed, and shall become you well, to entreat your captain to soft and gentle speech. Enobarbus. Chapter 1, shall entreat him to answer like himself, if Caesar move him. Chapter 50, et Antony look over Caesar's head and speak as loud as Mars, by Jupiter, were I the wearer of Antonius' beard. Chapter 1, would not shave today. Chapter 50, Epidus. 'Tis not a time for private stomaching. Enobarbus. Every time serves for the matter that is then born in't. Chapter 50, Epidus. But small to greater matters must give way. Enobarbus. Not if the small come first. Chapter 50, Epidus. Your speech is passion. But pray you stir no embers up, here comes the noble Antony. Enter Antony and Ventidius. Enobarbus. And yonder Caesar. Enter Caesar, Maecenas and Agrippa. Antony. Chapter 1, F we compose well here to Parthia. Hark Ventidius. Chapter 100, Aesar. Chapter 1, do not know Maecenas, ask Agrippa. Chapter 50, Epidus. Noble friends, that which combined us was most great, and let not a leaner action rend us, what's amiss. Chapter 1000, I it be gently heard, when we debate our trivial difference loud, we do commit. Chapter 1000, Ardor in healing wounds, then, noble partners, the rather for I earnestly beseech, touch you the sourest points with sweetest terms, nor curseness grow to th matter. Antony. 'Tis spoken well. Were we before our armies, and to fight. Chapter 1, should do thus. Chapter 100, Aesar. Welcome to Rome. Antony. Thank you. Chapter 100, Aesar. Sit. Antony. Sit, sir. Chapter 100, Aesar. Nay then. Antony. Chapter 1, learn you take things ill which are not so, or being, concern you not. Chapter 100, Aesar. Chapter 1, must be laughed at. Chapter 1, F or for nothing or a little, I should say myself offended, and with you. Chapter 100, Heefly ith world, more laughed at that I should once name you derogately when to sound your name. Chapter 1, T not concerned me. Antony. Chapter 1000, Why being in Egypt Caesar. What was to you? Chapter 100, Aesar. No more than my reciting here at Rome. Chapter 1001, GHT be to you in Egypt, yet if you there. Chapter 999, Practice on my state, your being in Egypt. Chapter 1001, GHT be my question. Antony. How intend you practiced? Chapter 100, Aesar. You may be pleased to catch at mine intent. By what did here befall me, your wife and brother. Chapter 1000, Ade wars upon me and their contestation. Was theme for you, you were the word of war. Antony. You do mistake your business, my brother never. Chapter 999, Urge me in his act, I did inquire it, and have my learning from some true reports. That drew their swords with you, did he not rather? Chapter 501, Scredit my authority with yours. and make the wars alike against my stomach. Having alike your cause, of this my letters. Before did satisfy you, if you'll patch a quarrel. As matter whole you have not to make it with. Chapter 1, T must not be with this. Chapter 100, AESAR. You praise yourself by laying defects of judgment to me, but you patched up your excuses. Antony. Not so, not so. Chapter 1, No you could not lack, I am certain on't. Chapter 5, necessity of this thought, that I, your partner in the cause, gainst which he fought. Chapter 100, Would not with graceful eyes attend those which fronted mine own peace, as for my wife. Chapter 1, Would you had her spirit in such another. The third world is yours, which with a snaffle you may pace easy, but not such a wife. Enobbrbus. Would we had all such wives, that the men. Chapter 1001, GHT go to wars with the women. Antony. So much uncurbable, her garbles, Caesar. Chapter 1000, A day out of her impatience, which not wanted. Shrewdness of policy too, I grieving grant. Chapter 999, You too much disquiet, for that you must. But say I could not help it. Chapter 100, AESAR. Chapter 1, Wrote to you. When rioting in Alexandria, you. Chapter 999, Pocket up my letters and with taunts. Chapter 999, Jibe my missive out of audience. Antony. Sir. He fell upon me ere admitted then. 3 kings I had newly feasted, and did want. Of what I was mourning, but next day. Chapter 1, Told him of myself which was as much as to have asked him pardon, let this fellow be nothing of our strife, if we contend. Out of our question wipe him. Chapter 100, AESAR. You have broken the article of your oath, which you shall never have tongue to charge me with. Chapter 50, EPIDUS. Soft Caesar. Antony. No Lepidus, let him speak. The honor is sacred, which he talks on now. Supposing that I lacked it, but on Caesar. The article of my oaths. Chapter 100, AESAR. To lend me arms, and aid when I required them. The which you both denied. Antony. Neglected, rather. And then when poisoned hours had bound me up. From mine own knowledge, as nearly as I may. Chapter 1, I'll play the penitent to you, but mine honesty shall not make poor my greatness, nor my power. Work without it, truth is that Fulvia. To have me out of Egypt, made wars here. For which myself, the ignorant motive, do. So far ask pardon as befits mine honor. To stoop in such a case. Chapter 50, EPIDUS. T's noble spoken. Chapter 1000, ACNAS. Chapter 1, If it might please you to enforce no further. The griefs between ye, to forget them quite. Were to remember that the present need speaks to atone you. Chapter 50, EPIDUS. Worthily spoken, Maecenas. Enobbrbus. Or, if you borrow one another's love for the instant, you may, when you hear no more words of Pompey, return it again. You shall have time to wrangle in when you have nothing else to do. Antony. Thou art a soldier only, speak no more. Enobbrbus. That truth should be silent, I had almost forgot. Antony. You wrong this presence, therefore speak no more. Enobbrbus. Go to then, your considerate stone. Chapter 100, AESAR. Chapter 1, Do not much dislike the matter but the manner of his speech, for it cannot be. We shall remain in friendship, our conditions so differing in their acts, yet if I knew what hoop should hold us staunch, from edge to edge. OTH, world I would pursue it. AGRIPPA. Give me leave, Caesar. Chapter 100, Aesar. Speak, Agrippa. Agrippa. Thou hast a sister by the mother's side. Admired Octavia, great Mark Antony. Chapter 1, S now widower. Chapter 100, Aesar. Say not so, Agrippa. Chapter 1, F. Cleopatra heard you your reproof. Were well deserved of rashness. Antony. Chapter 1, Am not married, Caesar, let me hear. Agrippa further speak. Agrippa. To hold you in perpetual amity. To make you brothers, and to knit your hearts. With an unslipping knot, take Antony. Octavia to his wife, whose beauty claims no worse a husband than the best of men, whose virtue and whose general graces speak that which none else can utter, by this marriage. All little jealousies, which now seem great, and all great fears, which now import their dangers, would then be nothing, truths would be tales. Where now half tales be truths, her love to both would each to other, and all loves to both. Chapter 500, Raw after her, pardon what I have spoke. For 'tis a studied, not a present thought. By duty ruminated. Antony. Will Caesar speak? Chapter 100, Aesar. Not till he hears how Antony is touched with what is spoke already. Antony. What power is in Agrippa? Chapter 1, If I would say Agrippa, be it so. To make this good. Chapter 100, Aesar. The power of Caesar, and his power unto Octavia. Antony. Chapter 1000, I never. To this good purpose, that so fairly shows. Chapter 500, Ream of impediment, let me have thy hand. Further this act of grace, and from this hour, the heart of brothers govern in our loves, and sway our great designs. Chapter 100, Aesar. There's my hand. A sister I bequeath you, whom no brother. Chapter 999, Ever love so dearly, let her live. To join our kingdoms and our hearts, and never fly off our loves again. Chapter 50, Epidus. Happily, Amen. Antony. Chapter 1, Did not think to draw my sword gainst Pompey. For he hath laid strange courtesies and great of late upon me, I must thank him only. Chapter 50, Est my remembrance suffer ill report. At heel of that defy him. Chapter 50, Epidus. Time calls upon S. Of us must Pompey presently be sought, or else he seeks out us. Antony. Where lies he? Chapter 100, Aesar. About the Mount Messina. Antony. What is his strength by land? Chapter 100, Aesar. Great and increasing, but by sea. He is an absolute master. Antony. So is the fame. Would we had spoke together, haste we for it. Yet ere we put ourselves in arms, dispatch we the business we have talked of. Chapter 100, Aesar. With most gladness. And do invite you to my sister's view. Whither straight I'll lead you. Antony. Chapter 50, Edus Lepidus not lack your company. Chapter 50, Epidus. Noble Antony, not sickness should detain me. Flourish, exeunt all except Enobarbus, Agrippa and Maecenas. Chapter 1000, Acenas. Welcome from Egypt, sir. Enobarbus. Half the heart of Caesar, worthy Maecenas, my honorable friend Agrippa. Agrippa. Good Enobarbus. Chapter 1000, Acenas. We have cause to be glad that matters are so well digested. You stayed well by tea in Egypt. Enobarbus. Aye, sir, we did sleep day out of countenance, and made the night light with drinking. Chapter 1000, ACNAS. 8 wild boars roasted whole at a breakfast, and but 12 persons there. Is this true? ENOBRBUS. This was but as a fly by an eagle. We had much more monstrous matter of feast, which worthily deserved noting. Chapter 1000, ACNAS. She's a most triumphant lady, if report be square to her. ENOBRBUS. When she first met Mark Antony, she pursed up his heart upon the river of Cydnus. AGRIPPA. There she appeared indeed, or my reporter devised well for her. ENOBRBUS. Chapter 1 will tell you. The barge she sat in, like a burnished throne. Burned on the water, the poop was beaten gold. Purple the sails, and so perfumed that the winds were love-sick with them, the oars were silver, which to the tune of flutes kept stroke, and made the water which they beat to follow faster. As amorous of their strokes, for her own person. Chapter 1, Tea beggared all description, she did lie. Chapter 1, and her pavilion, cloth of gold of tissue. Or picturing that Venus where we see the fancy outwork nature, on each side her stood pretty dimpled boys, like smiling cupids, with divers-colored fans, whose wind did seem to glow the delicate cheeks which they did cool. And what they undid did. AGRIPPA. Oh, rare for Antony. ENOBRBUS. Her gentlewomen, like the Nereids, so many mermaids, tended her eyes, and made their bends adornings, at the helm. A seeming mermaid steers, the silken tackle swell with the touches of those flower-soft hands that yearly frame the office, from the barge. A strange invisible perfume hits the sense of the adjacent wharfs, the city cast her people out upon her, and Antony, enthroned marketplace, did sit alone, whistling to air which but for vacancy had gone to gaze on Cleopatra too, and made a gap in nature. AGRIPPA. Rare Egyptian. ENOBRBUS. Upon her landing, Antony sent to her. Chapter 1, invited her to supper, she replied. Chapter 1, tea should be better he became her guest. Which she entreated, our courteous Antony, whom ne'er the word of no woman heard speak, being barbered 10 times o'er, goes to the feast, and for his ordinary pays his heart, for what his eyes eat only. AGRIPPA. Royal wench. She made great Caesar lay his sword to bed. He plowed her and she cropped. ENOBRBUS. Chapter 1 saw her once hop 40 paces through the public street, and having lost her breath, she spoke and panted. That she did make defect perfection, and breathless pour breath forth. Chapter 1000, ACNAS. Now Antony must leave her utterly. ENOBRBUS. Never he will not. Age cannot wither her, nor custom stale her infinite variety, other women cloy the appetites they feed, but she makes hungry. Where most she satisfies, for vilest things become themselves in her, that the holy priests bless her when she is riggish. Chapter 1000, ACNAS. Chapter 1, F. Beauty, wisdom, modesty can settle the heart of Antony, Octavia is a blessed lottery to him. AGRIPPA. Chapter 50, Let us go. Good Enobarbus, make yourself my guest, whilst you abide here. ENOBRBUS. Humbly, sir, I thank you. Scene 3, Rome, a room in Caesar's house. Enter Antony, Caesar, Octavia between them. Antony. The world and my great office will sometimes. Chapter 1003, me from your bosom. O Citavia. All which time, before the gods my knee shall bow my prayers to them for you. Antony. Good night, sir, my Octavia. Read not my blemishes in the world's report. Chapter 1, have not kept my square but that to come. Shall all be done by th rule. Good night, dear lady. O citavia. Good night, sir. Chapter 100, Aesar. Good night. Exeunt Caesar and Octavia. Enter soothsayer. Antony. Now, Sirrah, you do wish yourself in Egypt. Soothsayer. Would I had never come from thence, nor you thither. Antony. Chapter 1, If you can your reason. Soothsayer. Chapter 1, See it in my motion, have it not in my tongue. But yet hie you to Egypt again. Antony. Say to me, whose fortunes shall rise higher, Caesar's or mine? Soothsayer. Chapter 100, Esars. Therefore, O Antony, stay not by his side. Thy Ammon, that thy spirit which keeps thee, is noble, courageous, high, unmatchable. Where Caesar's is not, but near him thy angel becomes afeard as being o'erpoured, therefore. Chapter 1000, Ache space enough between you. Antony. Speak this no more. Soothsayer. To none but thee, no more but when to thee. Chapter 1, If thou dost play with him at any game, thou art sure to lose, and of that natural luck. He beats thee gainst the odds, thy lustre thickens. When he shines by, I say again thy spirit. Chapter 1, all afraid to govern thee near him. But he away, 'tis noble. Antony. Get thee gone. Say to Ventidius, I would speak with him. Exit soothsayer. He shall to Parthia, be it art or hap. He hath spoken true, the very dice obey him. And in our sports my better cunning faints. Under his chance, if we draw lots he speeds. His cocks do win the battle still of mine. When it is all to naught, and his quails ever beat mine in hooped at odds, I will to Egypt. And though I make this marriage for my peace. Chapter 1, East my pleasure lies. Enter Ventidius. O come, Ventidius. You must to Parthia, your commission's ready. Follow me and receive tea. Scene 4, Rome, a street. Enter Lepidus, Maecenas and Agrippa. Chapter 50, Epidus. Trouble yourselves no further, pray you hasten. Your generals after. Agrippa. Sir Mark Antony. Will e'en but kiss Octavia, and will follow. Chapter 50, Epidus. Till I shall see you in your soldier's dress. Which will become you both, farewell. Chapter 1000, Acenas. We shall, as I conceive the journey, be at the mount. Before you, Lepidus. Chapter 50, Epidus. Your way is shorter. Chapter 1000, Why purposes do draw me much about. You'll win 2 days upon me. Both. Sir, good success. Chapter 50, Epidus. Farewell. Scene 5, Alexandria, a room in the palace. Enter Cleopatra, Charmian, Eras, Alexas. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Give me some music, moody food. Of us that trade in love. Alls. The music ho. Enter Mardian, the eunuch. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 50, Edit alone, let's to billiards, come Charmian. Chapter 100, Harman. Chapter 1000, Why arm is sore, best play with Mardian. Chapter 150, Eopatra. As well a woman with an eunuch played. As with a woman, come you'll play with me, sir. Chapter 1000, Ardian. As well as I can, madam. Chapter 150, Eopatra. And when goodwill is showed, tho't come too short. The actor may plead pardon, I'll none now. Give me mine angle, will to the river, there. Chapter 1000, Why music playing far off I will betray. Tawny finned fishes, my bended hook shall pierce their slimy jaws, and as I draw them up. Chapter 1, I'll think them every one an Antony. And say, aha, you're caught. Chapter 100, Harmin. 'Twas merry when you wagered on your angling, when your diver. Chapter 999, hang a salt fish on his hook, which he with fervency drew up. Chapter 150, Eopatra. That time, O times. Chapter 1, laughed him out of patience, and that night. Chapter 1, laughed him into patience, and next morn. Ere the 9th hour, I drunk him to his bed. Then put my tires and mantles on him, whilst. Chapter 1, wore his sword Philippan. Enter messenger. O, from Italy. Ram thou thy fruitful tidings in mine ears. That long time have been barren. Chapter 1000, Essengr. Chapter 1000, Adam Madam. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Antony's dead, if thou say so, villain. Thou kill'st he thy mistress, but well and free. Chapter 1, if thou so yield him, there is gold and here. Chapter 1000, why bluest veins to kiss a hand that kings have lipped and trembled kissing. Chapter 1000, Essengr. First, madam, he's well. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Why there's more gold. But Sira mark we use. To say the dead are well, bring it to that. The gold I give thee will I melt and pour. Chapter 500, own thy illuttering throat. Chapter 1000, Essengr. Good madam, hear me. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Well, go to, I will. But there's no goodness in thy face if Antony be free and healthful, so tart a favor to trumpet such good tidings, if not well. Thou shouldst come like a fury crowned with snakes, not like a formal man. Chapter 1000, Essengr. Wilt please you hear me? Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 1, have a mind to strike the air thou speak'st. Yet if thou say Antony lives, is well, or friends with Caesar, or not captive to him. Chapter 1, I'll set thee in a shower of gold and hail rich pearls upon thee. Chapter 1000, Essengr. Chapter 1000, Adam he's well. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Well said. Chapter 1000, Essengr. And friends with Caesar. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Art an honest man. Chapter 1000, Essengr. Chapter 100, Esar and he are greater friends than ever. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 1000, ache thee a fortune from me. Chapter 1000, Essengr. But yet, madam. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 1, do not like but yet, it does allay. The good precedents, fie upon but yet. But yet, is as a jailer to bring forth some monstrous malefactor, prithee friend. Pour out the pack of matter to mine ear. The good and bad together, he's friends with Caesar. Chapter 1, end state of health thou say'st he, and thou say'st he free. Chapter 1000, Essengr. Free madam, no, I made no such report. He's bound unto Octavia. Chapter 150, Eopatra. For what good turn? Chapter 1000, Essengr. For the best turn ith bed. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 1, Impale Charmian. Chapter 1000, Essengr. Chapter 1000, Adam he's married to Octavia. Chapter 150, Eopatra. The most infectious pestilence upon thee strikes him down. Chapter 1000, Essengr. Good madam, patience. Chapter 150, Eopatra. What say you? strikes him again. Hence, horrible villain, or I'll spurn thine eyes. Chapter 51. Key balls before me, I'll unhair thy head. She hails him up and down. Thou shalt be whipped with wire and stewed in brine, smarting in lingering pickle. Chapter 1000. ESSENGR. Gracious Madam. Chapter 1. That do bring the news made not the match. Chapter 150. EOPATRA. Say 'tis not so, a province I will give thee, and make thy fortunes proud, the blow thou hadst shall make thy peace for moving me to rage, and I will boot thee with what gift beside thy modesty can beg. Chapter 1000. ESSENGR. He's married, madam. Chapter 150. EOPATRA. Rogue, thou hast lived too long. Chapter 1000. ESSENGR. Nay then I'll run. What mean you, madam? I have made no fault. Chapter 100. HARMIN. Good madam, keep yourself within yourself. The man is innocent. Chapter 150. EOPATRA. Some innocents, scape not the thunderbolt. Chapter 1000. Elt Egypt into Nile and kindly creatures turn all to serpents, call the slave again. Though I am mad, I will not bite him, call. Chapter 100. HARMIN. He is afeard to come. Chapter 150. EOPATRA. Chapter 1. Will not hurt him. These hands do lack nobility that they strike. A meaner than myself, since I myself have given myself the cause. Enter the messenger again with Charmian. Chapter 100. Hither, sir. Though it be honest, it is never good to bring bad news, give to a gracious message. An host of tongues, but let ill tidings tell themselves when they be felt. Chapter 1000. ESSENGR. Chapter 1. Have done my duty. Chapter 150. EOPATRA. Chapter 1. He married. Chapter 1. Cannot hate thee worser than I do. Chapter 1. If thou again say yes. Chapter 1000. ESSENGR. He's married, madam. Chapter 150. EOPATRA. The gods confound thee, dost thou hold there still? Chapter 1000. ESSENGR. Should I lie, madam? Chapter 150. EOPATRA. Oh, I would thou didst. So half my Egypt were submerged and made a cistern for scaled snakes, go get thee hence. Hadst thou Narcissus in thy face, to me thou wouldst appear most ugly, he is married. Chapter 1000. ESSENGR. Chapter 1. Crave your highness pardon. Chapter 150. EOPATRA. He is married. Chapter 1000. ESSENGR. Take no offense that I would not offend you. To punish me for what you make me do seems much unequal, he's married to Octavia. Chapter 150. EOPATRA. Oh, that his fault should make a knave of thee. That art not what thou art sure of, get thee hence. The merchandise which thou hast brought from Rome are all too dear for me, lie they upon thy hand, and be undone by 'em. Chapter 100. HARMIN. Good your highness, patience. Chapter 150. EOPATRA. Chapter 1. Praising Antony I have dispraised Caesar. Chapter 100. HARMIN. Chapter 1000. Any times, madam. Chapter 150. EOPATRA. Chapter 1. Am paid for't now. Chapter 50. Eat me from hence. Chapter 1. Faint, O eras Charmian, 'tis no matter. Go to the fellow, good Alexis, bid him report the feature of Octavia, her years, her inclination, let him not leave out the color of her hair, bring me word quickly. Chapter 50. Let him forever go, let him not Charmian, though he be painted one way like a Gorgon, the other way some Mars, bid you Alexis bring me word how tall she is, pity me, Charmian. But do not speak to me, lead me to my chamber. Scene 6, near Misenum. Flourish, enter Pompey and Minas at one door with drum and trumpet, at another, Caesar, Lepidus, Antony, Enobarbus, Maecenas, Agrippa, with soldiers marching. Pompey. Your hostages I have, so have you mine. And we shall talk before we fight. Chapter 100, AESAR. Chapter 1000, Ost meet. That first we come to words, and therefore have we our written purposes before us sent, which if thou hast considered, let us know. Chapter 1, F. Twill tie up thy discontented sword, and carry back to Sicily much tall youth, that else must perish here. Pompey. To you all three, the senators alone of this great world. Chapter 100, He factors for the gods, I do not know. Wherefore my father should revengers want, having a son and friends, since Julius Caesar, who at Philippi the good Brutus ghosted, there saw you laboring for him, what wast? That moved pale Cassius to conspire, and what? Chapter 1000, Ade the all-honored, honest Roman Brutus, with the armed rest, courtiers of beauteous freedom, to drench the capital, but that they would have one man but a man, and that is it, hath made me rig my navy, at whose burden the angered ocean foams, with which I meant to scourge ingratitude that despiteful Rome. Chapter 100, Asked on my noble father. Chapter 100, AESAR. Take your time. Antony. Thou canst not fear us, Pompey, with thy sails. We'll speak with thee at sea, at land thou know'st how much we do o'ercount thee. Pompey. At land indeed. Thou dost o'ercount me of my father's house. But since the cuckoo builds not for himself, remain int as thou mayst. Chapter 50, EPIDUS. Be pleased to tell us, for this is from the present, how you take the offers we have sent you. Chapter 100, AESAR. There's the point. Antony. Which do not be entreated to, but weigh what it is worth embraced. Chapter 100, AESAR. And what may follows? To try a larger fortune. Pompey. You have made me offers of Sicily, Sardinia, and I must rid all the sea of pirates, then to send. Chapter 1000, Easures of wheat to Rome, this agreed upon. To part with unhacked edges and bear back our targes undinted. Chapter 100, AESAR, Antony, and LEPIDUS. That's our offer. Pompey. No thens. Chapter 1, Came before you here a man prepared to take this offer, but Mark Antony put me to some impatience, though I lose the praise of it by telling, you must know. When Caesar and your brother were at blows, your mother came to Sicily and did find her welcome friendly. Antony. Chapter 1, Have heard it, Pompey, and am well studied for a liberal thanks, which I do owe you. Pompey. Chapter 50, Let me have your hand. Chapter 1, Did not think, sir, to have met you here. Antony. The beds east are soft, and thanks to you. That called me timelier than my purpose hither, for I have gained by tea. Chapter 100, AESAR. Since I saw you last, there is a change upon you. Pompey. Well, I know not what counts harsh fortune casts upon my face, but in my bosom shall she never come to make my heart her vassal. Chapter 50, EPIDUS. Well met here. Pompey. Chapter 1, Hope so Lepidus, thus we are agreed. Chapter 1, Crave our composition may be written and sealed between us. Chapter 100, AESAR. That's the next to do. Pompey. We'll feast each other ere we part, and let's. Chapter 500. Raw lots who shall begin. Antony. That will I, Pompey. Pompey. No, Antony, take the lot. But first or last, your fine Egyptian cookery shall have the fame. I have heard that Julius Caesar grew fat with feasting there. Antony. You have heard much. Pompey. Chapter 1. Have fair meanings, sir. Antony. And fair words to them. Pompey. Then so much have I heard. And I have heard Apollodorus carried. Enobrbus. No more of that, he did so. Pompey. What, I pray you? Enobrbus. A certain queen to Caesar in a mattress. Pompey. Chapter 1. Know thee now, how far'st thou, soldier? Enobrbus. Well. And well am like to do, for I perceive 4 feasts are toward. Pompey. Chapter 50. Let me shake thy hand. Chapter 1. Never hated thee, I have seen thee fight. When I have envied thy behavior. Enobrbus. Sir. Chapter 1. Never loved you much, but I ha praised ye. When you have well deserved 10 times as much as I have said you did. Pompey. Enjoy thy plainness. Chapter 1. Nothing ill becomes thee. Aboard my galley, I invite you all. Will you lead, lords? Chapter 100. Aesar, Antony, and Lepidus. Shows the way, sir. Pompey. Chapter 100. Exeunt all but Enobrbus and Minas. Chapter 1000. Enas. Thy father, Pompey, would ne'er have made this treaty. You and I have known, sir. Enobrbus. At sea, I think. Chapter 1000. Enas. We have, sir. Enobrbus. You have done well by water. Chapter 1000. Enas. And you by land. Enobrbus. Chapter 1. Will praise any man that will praise me, though it cannot be denied what I have done by land. Chapter 1000. Enas. Nor what I have done by water. Enobrbus. Yes, something you can deny for your own safety. You have been a great thief by sea. Chapter 1000. Enas. And you by land. Enobrbus. There I deny my land service, but give me your hand, Minas. If our eyes had authority, here they might take 2 thieves kissing. Chapter 1000. Enas. All men's faces are true, whatsoever their hands are. Enobrbus. But there is never a fair woman has a true face. Chapter 1000. Enas. No slander, they steal hearts. Enobrbus. We came hither to fight with you. Chapter 1000. Enas. For my part, I am sorry it is turned to a drinking. Pompey doth this day laugh away his fortune. Enobrbus. Chapter 1. If he do, sure he cannot weep tea back again. Chapter 1000. Enas. You have said, sir, we looked not for Mark Antony here. Pray you, is he married to Cleopatra? Enobrbus. Chapter 100. Esar's sister is called Octavia. Chapter 1000. Enas. True, sir, she was the wife of Caius Marcellus. Enobrbus. But she is now the wife of Marcus Antonius. Chapter 1000. Enas. Pray you, sir. Enobrbus. 'Tis true. Chapter 1000. Enas. Then is Caesar and he forever knit together. Enobrbus. Chapter 1. If I were bound to divine of this unity, I would not prophesy so. Chapter 1000. Enas. Chapter 1. Think the policy of that purpose made more in the marriage than the love of the parties. Enobrbus. Chapter 1. Think so too, But you shall find the band that seems to tie their friendship together will be the very strangler of their amity. Octavia is of a holy, cold, and still conversation. Chapter 1000, Eneas. Who would not have his wife so? Enobrbus. Not he that himself is not so, which is Mark Antony. He will to his Egyptian dish again. Then shall the sighs of Octavia blow the fire up in Caesar, and, as I said before, that which is the strength of their amity shall prove the immediate author of their variance. Antony will use his affection where it is. He married but his occasion here. Chapter 1000, Eneas. And thus it may be. Come, sir, will you aboard? I have a health for you. Enobrbus. Chapter 1, shall take it, sir, we have used our throats in Egypt. Chapter 1000, Eneas. Chapter 100, let's away. Scene 7, on board Pompey's galley, lying near Misenum. Chapter 1000, music, enter 2 or 3 servants with a banquet. First servant. Here they'll be, man. Some their plants are ill-rooted already, the least wind world will blow them down. Second servant. Chapter 50, Epidus is high-colored. First servant. They have made him drink alms drink. Second servant. As they pinch one another by the disposition, he cries out, no more, reconciles them to his entreaty and himself to drink. First servant. But it raises the greater war between him and his discretion. Second servant. Why, this it is to have a name in great men's fellowship. I had as lief have a reed that will do me no service as a partisan I could not heave. First servant. To be called into a huge sphere, and not to be seen to move in are the holes where eyes should be, which pitifully disaster the cheeks. A senate sounded. Enter Caesar, Antony, Pompey, Lepidus, Agrippa, Maecenas, Enobarbus, Minas with other captains. Antony. Thus do they, sir, they take the flow Nile. By certain scales pyramid. By height the lowness or the mean if dearth. Or foison follow, the higher nilus swells. The more it promises, as it ebbs the seedsman. Upon the slime and ooze scatters his grain. And shortly comes to harvest. Chapter 50, Epidus. You've strange serpents there. Antony. I Lepidus. Chapter 50, Epidus. Your serpent of Egypt is bred now of your mud by the operation of your son, so is your crocodile. Antony. They are so. Pompey. Sit and some wine, a health to Lepidus. Chapter 50, Epidus. Chapter 1, am not so well as I should be, but I'll ne'er out. Enobrbus. Not till you have slept, I fear me you'll be in till then. Chapter 50, Epidus. Nay, certainly, I have heard the Ptolemies, Pyramises are very goodly things. Without contradiction I have heard that. Chapter 1000, Eneas. Aside to Pompey, Pompey a word. Pompey. Say in mine ear what is tea. Chapter 1000, Eneas. Whispers in's ear, forsake thy seat, I do beseech thee, captain. And hear me speak a word. Pompey. Forbear me till anon. This wine for Lepidus. Chapter 50, Epidus. What manner, thing is your crocodile? Antony. Chapter 1, T is shaped, sir, like itself, and it is as broad as it hath breadth. It is just so high as it is, and moves with its own organs. It lives by that which nourisheth it, and the elements once out of it, it transmigrates. Chapter 50, Epidus. What color is it of? Antony. Of its own color too. Chapter 50, Epidus. 'Tis a strange serpent. Antony. 'Tis so, and the tears of it are wet. Chapter 100, Aesar. Will this description satisfy him? Antony. With the health that Pompey gives him, else he is a very epicure. Pompey. Go hang, sir, hang, tell me of that, away. Chapter 500, Oh as I bid you, where's this cup I called for? Chapter 1000, Aeneas. Aside to Pompey, if for the sake of merit thou wilt hear me. Rise from thy stool. Pompey. I think thou art mad. Rises and walks aside. The matter. Chapter 1000, Aeneas. Chapter 1, Have ever held my cap off to thy fortunes. Pompey. Thou hast served me with much faith, what's else to say? Be jolly, lords. Antony. These quicksands, Lepidus. Keep off them, for you sink. Chapter 1000, Aeneas. Wilt thou be lord of all the world? Pompey. What sayst thou? Chapter 1000, Aeneas. Wilt thou be lord of the whole world? That's twice. Pompey. How should that be? Chapter 1000, Aeneas. But entertain it. And though you think me poor, I am the man. Will give thee all the world. Pompey. Hast thou drunk well? Chapter 1000, Aeneas. No, Pompey, I have kept me from the cup. Thou art, if thou darst be, the earthly Jove. Whate'er the ocean pales or sky eclipse. Chapter 1, thine if thou wilt haved. Pompey. Show me which way. Chapter 1000, Aeneas. These three world-sharers, these competitors, are in thy vessel, let me cut the cable. And when we are put off, fall to their throats. All then is thine. Pompey. Ah, this thou shouldst have done. And not have spoke on tea, in me tea's villainy. Chapter 1, An thee tea had been good service, thou must know. Tea's not my profit that does lead mine honor. Chapter 1001, Ne honor it, repent that ere thy tongue hath so betrayed thine act, being done unknown. Chapter 1, Should have found it afterwards well done. But must condemn it now, desist and drink. Chapter 1000, Aeneas. For this. Chapter 1, I'll never follow thy pallid fortunes more. Who seeks, and will not take when once tea's offered, shall never find it more. Pompey. This health to Lepidus. Antony. Bear him ashore, I'll pledge it for him, Pompey. Enobrbus. Here's to thee, Minas. Chapter 1000, Aeneas. Enobrbus, welcome. Pompey. Fill till the cup be hid. Enobrbus. There's a strong fellow, Minas. Pointing to the servant who carries off Lepidus. Chapter 1000, Aeneas. Wise. Enobrbus. A bears the third part of the world, man, cease not. Chapter 1000, Aeneas. The third part then is drunk, would it were all, that it might go on wheels. Enobrbus. Chapter 500, Rink thou, increase the reels. Chapter 1000, Aeneas. Chapter 100, Om. Pompey. This is not yet an Alexandrian feast. Antony. Chapter 1, Tea ripens towards it, strike the vessels ho. Here is to Caesar. Chapter 100, Aesar. Chapter 1, Could well forbeart. Chapter 1, Tea's monstrous labor when I wash my brain. And it grows fouler. Antony. Be a child the time. Chapter 100, Aesar. Possess it, I'll make answer. But I had rather fast from all, 4 days, than drink so much in one. Enobrbus. Ha, my brave emperor. Shall we dance now the Egyptian bacchanals, and celebrate our drink? Pompey. Chapter 50, Et's hat, good soldier. Antony. Chapter 100, let's all take hands, till that the conquering wine hath steeped our sense. Chapter 1, And soft and delicate Lethe. Enobrbus. All take hands. Chapter 1000. Ake battery to our ears with the loud music. The while I'll place you, then the boy shall sing. The holding every man shall beat as loud as his strong sides can volley. Chapter 1000. Music plays, Inobarbus places them hand in hand. The song. Chapter 100. Om, thou monarch of the vine. Plumpy Bacchus with pink eyne. Chapter 1. In thy vats our cares be drowned. With thy grapes our hairs be crowned. Chapter 100. Up us till the world go round. Chapter 100. Up us till the world go round. Chapter 100. Aesar. What would you more, Pompey, good knight, good brother? Chapter 50. Let me request you off, our graver business. Frowns at this levity, gentle lords, let's part. You see we have burnt our cheeks, strong Inobarb. Chapter 1. Weaker than the wine and mine own tongue. Splits what it speaks, the wild disguise hath almost anticked us all, what needs more words, good night. Good Antony, your hand. Pompey. Chapter 1. I'll try you on the shore. Antony. And shall, sir, gives your hand. Pompey. O Antony. You have my father's house. But what, we are friends, come down into the boat. Enobbrbus. Take heed you fall not. Exeunt Pompey, Caesar, Antony and attendants. Chapter 1000. Enas, I'll not on shore. Chapter 1000. Enas. No, to my cabin, these drums, these trumpets, flutes, what? Chapter 50. Et Neptune, here we bid a loud farewell. To these great fellows, sound and be hanged, sound out. Sound a flourish with drums. Enobbrbus. Who says A, there's my cap. Chapter 1000. Enas. Who, noble captain, come. Act 3. Scene 1. A plain in Syria. Enter Ventidius as it were in triumph, with Silius and other Romans, officers and soldiers, the dead body of Pacorus borne before him. Chapter 5. Entidus. Now darting Parthia, art thou struck and now pleased fortune does of Marcus Crassus, death. Chapter 1000. Acme revenger, bear the king's son's body. Before our army, thy Pacorus orodes. Pays this for Marcus Crassus. Silius. Noble Ventidius. Whilst yet with Parthian blood thy sword is warm. The fugitive Parthians follow, spur through Media. Chapter 1000. Mesopotamia and the shelters wither. The rooted fly, so thy grand captain Antony shall set thee on triumphant chariots, and put garlands on thy head. Chapter 5. Entidus. O Silius, Silius. Chapter 1. Have done enough, a lower place note well. Chapter 1000. I make too great an act, for learn this, Silius. Better to leave undone than by our deed. Acquire too high a fame when him we serves away. Chapter 100. Esar and Antony have ever won. Chapter 1000. Or in their officer than person, Saucius. One of my place in Syria, his lieutenant. For quick accumulation of renown, which he achieved by minute, lost his favor. Who does wars more than his captain can. Becomes his captain's captain, and ambition. The soldier's virtue rather makes choice of loss than gain which darkens him. Chapter 1. Could do more to do Antonius good. But 'twould offend him, and in his offense should my performance perish. Silius. Thou hast, Ventidius, that without the which a soldier and his sword grants scarce distinction, thou wilt write to Antony. Chapter 5. Entidus. Chapter 1. I'll humbly signify what in his name, that magical word of war, we have effected. How with his banners and his well-paid ranks, the ne'er yet beaten horse of Parthia, we have jaded out field. Silius. Where is he now? Chapter 5. Entidus. He purposed to Athens, whither with what haste. The weight we must convey with will permit. We shall appear before him, on there pass along. Scene 2, Rome, an antechamber in Caesar's house. Enter Agrippa at one door, Enobarbus at another. Agrippa. What are the brothers parted? Enobarbus. They have dispatched with Pompey, he is gone. The other three are sealing, Octavia weeps. To part from Rome, Caesar is sad and Lepidus. Since Pompey's feast, as Mina says, is troubled with the grain sickness. Agrippa. Tis a noble Lepidus. Enobarbus. A very fine one, oh how he loves Caesar. Agrippa. Nay, but how dearly he adores Mark Antony. Enobarbus. Chapter 100, Esar, why he's the Jupiter of men. Agrippa. What's Antony, the god of Jupiter? Enobarbus. Spake you of Caesar, how the nonpareil. Agrippa. O Antony, O thou Arabian bird. Enobarbus. Would you praise Caesar, say Caesar, go no further. Agrippa. Chapter 1. Indeed, he plied them both with excellent praises. Enobarbus. But he loves Caesar best, yet he loves Antony. Who hearts, tongues, figures, scribes, bards, poets cannot think, speak, cast, write, sing, number who. His love to Antony, but as for Caesar. Kneel down and wonder. Agrippa. Both he loves. Enobarbus. They are his shards, and he their beetle. Trumpets within. So. This is to horse, adieu, noble Agrippa. Agrippa. Good fortune, worthy soldier, and farewell. Enter Caesar, Antony, Lepidus, and Octavia. Antony. No further, sir. Chapter 100, Aesar. You take from me a great part of myself. Use me well in't, sister, prove such a wife. As my thoughts make thee, and as my farthest bond, shall pass on thy approof, most noble Antony. Chapter 50, Et not the piece of virtue which is set betwixt us, as the cement of our love. To keep it builded, be the ram to batter the fortress of it, for better might we have loved without this mean, if on both parts this be not cherished. Antony. Chapter 1000, Ache me not offended. Chapter 1, In your distrust. Chapter 100, Aesar. Chapter 1, Have said. Antony. You shall not find, though you be therein curious, the least cause. For what you seem to fear, so the gods keep you, and make the hearts of Romans serve your ends. We will here part. Chapter 100, Aesar. Farewell, my dearest sister, fare thee well. The elements be kind to thee, and make thy spirits all of comfort, fare thee well. O Citiavia. Chapter 1000, Why noble brother. Antony. The April's in her eyes, it is love's spring. And these the showers to bring it on, be cheerful. O Citiavia. Sir, look well to my husband's house, and. Chapter 100, Aesar. What Octavia? O Citiavia. Chapter 1, I'll tell you in your ear. Antony. Her tongue will not obey her heart, nor can her heart inform her tongue, the swan's down feather that stands upon the swell at the full of tide, and neither way inclines. Enobarbus. Aside to Agrippa, will Caesar weep. Agrippa. Aside to Enobarbus, he has a cloud in's face. Enobarbus. Aside to Agrippa, he were the worse for that were he a horse. So is he, being a man. Agrippa. Aside to Enobarbus, why Enobarbus? When Antony found Julius Caesar dead, he cried almost to roaring, and he wept. When at Philippi he found Brutus slain, Enobrbus. Aside to Agrippa, that year indeed he was troubled with a rheum. What willingly he did confound he wailed. Believe t, till I weep too. Chapter 100, Aesar. No, sweet Octavia. You shall hear from me still, the time shall not outgo my thinking on you. Antony. Chapter 100, Sir come. Chapter 1, I'll wrestle with you in my strength of love. Chapter 50, Ook, here I have you, thus I let you go. And give you to the gods. Chapter 100, Aesar. Adieu, be happy. Chapter 50, Epidus. Chapter 50, at all the number of the stars give light to thy fair way. Chapter 100, Aesar. Farewell, farewell. Antony. Farewell. Trumpets sound, exeunt. Scene 3, Alexandria, a room in the palace. Enter Cleopatra, Charmian, Eras and Alexis. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Where is the fellow? Alexas. Half afeared to come. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Go to, go to. Enter a messenger as before. Chapter 100, hither, sir. Alexas. Good majesty. Herod of jury dare not look upon you. But when you are well pleased. Chapter 150, Eopatra. That Herod's head. Chapter 1, I'll have, but how when Antony is gone? Through whom I might command it, come thou near. Chapter 1000, Essengr. Chapter 1000, Ost gracious majesty. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 999, Since thou behold Octavia. Chapter 1000, Essengr. I dread queen. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Where? Chapter 1000, Essengr. Chapter 1000, Adam in Rome. Chapter 1, looked her in the face and saw her led between her brother and Mark Antony. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 1, Is she as tall as me? Chapter 1000, Essengr. She is not, madam. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 999, Sent hear her speak, is she shrill-tongued or low? Chapter 1000, Essengr. Chapter 1000, Adam I heard her speak, she is low-voiced. Chapter 150, Eopatra. That's not so good, he cannot like her long. Chapter 100, Harman. Chapter 51, Key her, O Isis, T's impossible. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 1, Think so Charmian, dull of tongue and dwarfish. What majesty is in her gait, remember. Chapter 1, ere thou look'st on majesty. Chapter 1000, Essengr. She creeps. Her motion and her station are as one. She shows a body rather than a life. A statue than a breather. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 1, the certain. Chapter 1000, Essengr. Or I have no observance. Chapter 100, Harman. 3 in Egypt. Chapter 100, Annot make better note. Chapter 150, Eopatra. He's very knowing. Chapter 1, Do perceive it, there's nothing in her yet. The fellow has good judgment. Chapter 100, Harman. Excellent. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Guess at her years, I prithee. Chapter 1000, Essengr. Chapter 1000, Adam. She was a widow. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Widow Charmian hark. Chapter 1000, Essengr. And I do think she's 30. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Bear'st thou her face in mind, ist long around. Chapter 1000, ESSENGR. Round even to faultiness. Chapter 150, EOPATRA. For the most part too, they are foolish that are so. Her hair, what color? Chapter 1000, ESSENGR. Brown, madam, and her forehead. As low as she would wish it. Chapter 150, EOPATRA. There's gold for thee. Thou must not take my former sharpness ill. Chapter 1, will employ thee back again, I find thee. Chapter 1000, ost fit for business, go make thee ready. Our letters are prepared. Chapter 100, HARMIAN. A proper man. Chapter 150, EOPATRA. Chapter 1, indeed he is so, I repent me much. That so I harried him, why methinks by him. This creature's no such thing. Chapter 100, HARMIAN. Nothing, madam. Chapter 150, EOPATRA. The man hath seen some majesty, and should know. Chapter 100, HARMIAN. Hath he seen majesty, Isis else defend. And serving you so long. Chapter 150, EOPATRA. Chapter 1, have one thing more to ask him yet, good Charmian. But 'tis no matter, thou shalt bring him to me. Where I will write, all may be well enough. Chapter 100, HARMIAN. Chapter 1, warrant you, madam. Scene 4, Athens, a room in Antony's house. Enter Antony and Octavia. Antony. Nay, nay, Octavia, not only that. That were excusable, that and thousands more. Of semblable import, but he hath waged new wars gainst Pompey, made his will and read it. To public ear. Spoke scantly of me, when perforce he could not. But pay me terms of honor, cold and sickly. He vented them, most narrow measure lent me. When the best hint was given him, he not took tea. Or did it from his teeth. O Citiavia. O my good lord. Believe not all, or if you must believe. Stomach not all, a more unhappy lady. Chapter 1, F. This division chance ne'er stood between. Praying for both parts. The good gods will mock me presently. When I shall pray, oh, bless my lord and husband. Undo that prayer by crying out as loud. Oh, bless my brother, husband win brother. Praise and destroys the prayer, no midway. Twixt these extremes at all. Antony. Gentle Octavia. Chapter 50, at your best love draw to that point which seeks. Best to preserve it, if I lose mine honor. Chapter 1, lose myself, better I were not yours. Than yours so branchless, but as you requested. Yourself shall go betweens, the meantime, lady. Chapter 1, I'll raise the preparation of a war. Shall stain your brother, make your soonest haste. So your desires are yours. O Citiavia. Thanks to my lord. The Jove of power make me, most weak, most weak. Your reconciler, wars twixt you twain would be. As if the world should cleave, and that slain men should solder up the rift. Antony. When it appears to you where this begins. Turn your displeasure that way, for our faults. Chapter 100, and never be so equal that your love. Chapter 100, and equally move with them, provide your going. Chapter 100, who's your own company and command what cost. Your heart has mine too. Scene 5, Athens, another room in Antony's house. Enter Enobarbus and Eros meeting. Enobarbus. How now, friend Eros? Eros. There's strange news come, sir. Enobarbus. What man? Eros. Chapter 100, Esar and Lepidus have made wars upon Pompey. Enobarbus. This is old, what is the success? Eros. Chapter 100, Esar, having made use of him in the wars gainst Pompey, presently denied him rivalry, would not let him partake in the glory of the action, and not resting here, accuses him of letters he had formerly wrote to Pompey, upon his own appeal seizes him. So the poor third is up, till death enlarge his confine. Enobrbus. Then world thou hast a pair of chaps no more. And throw between them all the food thou hast. They'll grind the one the other, where Antony. Eros. He's walking in the garden thus and spurns the rush that lies before him, cries fool Lepidus, and threats the throat of that his officer that murdered Pompey. Enobrbus. Our great navy's rigged. Eros. For Italy and Caesar, more Domitius. Chapter 1000. Why Lord desires you presently, my news. Chapter 1. Might have told hereafter. Enobrbus. 'Twill be not. But let it be, bring me to Antony. Eros. Chapter 100. Sir. Scene 6. Rome, a room in Caesar's house. Enter Agrippa, Maecenas and Caesar. Chapter 100. Aesar. Chapter 100. On teming Rome he has done all this, and more. Chapter 1. N. Alexandria, here's the manner of tea. Chapter 1. Th. Marketplace, on a tribunal silvered. Chapter 150. Cleopatra and himself in chairs of gold were publicly enthroned, at the feet sat. Chapter 100. Isarion, whom they call my father's son, and all the unlawful issue that their lust since then hath made between them, unto her. He gave the stablishment of Egypt, made her of Lower Syria, Cyprus, Lydia, absolute queen. Chapter 1000. Acenas. This in the public eye. Chapter 100. Aesar. Chapter 1. Th. Common showplace where they exercise. His sons he there proclaimed the kings of kings. Great Media, Parthia and Armenia he gave to Alexander, to Ptolemy he assigned Syria, Cilicia and Phoenicia, she. Chapter 1. Nth. Habiliments of the goddess Isis. That day appeared, and oft before gave audience, as T's reported so. Chapter 1000. Acenas. Chapter 50. At Rome be thus informed. Agrippa. Who, queasy with his insolence already, will their good thoughts call from him? Chapter 100. Aesar. The people knows it, and have now received his accusations. Agrippa. Who does he accuse? Chapter 100. Aesar. Chapter 100. Esar and that, having in Sicily Sextus Pompeius spoiled, we had not rated him. His part oth isle, then does he say he lent me some shipping unrestored, lastly he frets that Lepidus of the triumvirate should be deposed and being that we detain all his revenue. Agrippa. Sir, this should be answered. Chapter 100. Aesar. T's done already, and messenger gone. Chapter 1. Have told him Lepidus was grown too cruel, that he his high authority abused, and did deserve his change, for what I have conquered. Chapter 1. Grant him part, but then in his Armenia, and other of his conquered kingdoms, I. Chapter 500. Eman the like. Chapter 1000. Acenas. He'll never yield to that. Chapter 100. Aesar. Nor must not then be yielded to in this. Enter Octavia with her train. Octavia. Hail Caesar and my lord, hail most dear Caesar. Chapter 100. Aesar. That ever I should call thee castaway. Octavia. You have not called me so, nor have you cause. Chapter 100. Aesar. Why have you stolen upon us thus, you come not? Chapter 51. Key Caesar's sister, the wife of Antony, should have an army for an usher, and the nays of horse to tell of her approach. Chapter 50, Ong ere she did appear, the trees by Th Wei. Should have borne men, and expectation fainted. Chapter 50, Onging for what it had not, nay the dust. Should have ascended to the roof of heaven. Raised by your populous troops, but you are come. A market made to Rome, and have prevented the ostentation of our love, which left unshown. Chapter 1, often left unloved, we should have met you. By sea and land, supplying every stage. With an augmented greeting. O citiaviae. Good my lord. To come thus was I not constrained, but did it. On my free will, my lord Mark Antony. Hearing that you prepared for war, acquainted. Chapter 1000, Why grieved ear withal, whereon I begged his pardon for return. Chapter 100, Aesar. Which soon he granted. Being an abstract, tween his lust and him. O citiaviae. Chapter 500, O not say so my lord. Chapter 100, Aesar. Chapter 1, Have eyes upon him. And his affairs come to me on the wind. Where is he now? O citiaviae. Chapter 1000, Why Lord in Athens. Chapter 100, Aesar. Know my most wronged sister, Cleopatra. Hath knotted him to her, he hath given his empire up to a whore, who now are levying the kings earth for war, he hath assembled Bacchus, the king of Libya, Archelaus of Cappadocia, Philadelphos of Paphlagonia, the Thracian king Adalas, King Manchus of Arabia, king of Pont, Herod of Juri, Mithridates, of Commagene, Polman and Amyntas, the kings of Mede and Lycaonia, with a more larger list of scepters. O citiaviae. I me most wretched, that have my heart parted betwixt two friends, that does afflict each other. Chapter 100, Aesar. Welcome hither. Your letters did withhold our breaking forth, till we perceived both how you were wrong led. And we in negligent danger, cheer your heart. Be you not troubled with the time, which drives o'er your content these strong necessities. But let determined things to destiny hold unbewailed their way. Welcome to Rome. Nothing more dear to me, you are abused beyond the mark of thought, and the high gods, to do you justice, make their ministers of us and those that love you, best of comfort, and ever welcome to us. Agirippa. Welcomes lady. Chapter 1000, Acenas. Welcome, dear madam. Each heart in Rome does love and pity you. Only adulterous Antony, most large. Chapter 1, and his abominations turns you off, and gives his potent regiment to a trull that noises it against us. O citiaviae. Chapter 1, Es it so, sir. Chapter 100, Aesar. Chapter 1000, Os certain, sister welcome, pray you. Be ever known to patience, my dearest sister. Scene 7, Antony's camp near the promontory of Actium. Enter Cleopatra and Enobarbus. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 1, Will be even with thee, doubt it not. Enobarbus. But why? Chapter 150, Eopatra. Thou hast forspoke my being in these wars, and sayest he it is not fit. Enobarbus. Well is it. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 1, St not denounced against us, why should not we be there in person? Enobarbus. Well I could reply. Chapter 1, If we should serve with horse and mares together. The horse were merely lost, the mares would bear a soldier and his horse. Chapter 150, Eopatra. What is't you say? Enobarbus. Your presence needs, must puzzle Antony. Take from his heart, take from his brain from's time. What should not then be spared, he is already traduced for levity, and teas said in Rome. That Photinus and eunuch and your maids. Chapter 1000, Anage this war. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Sink Rome and their tongues rot. That speak against us, a charge we bear ith war. And as the president of my kingdom, will appear there for a man, speak not against it. Chapter 1, will not stay behind. Enter Antony and Canidius. Enobrbus. Nay, I have done. Here comes the emperor. Antony. Chapter 1, is it not strange, Canidius? That from Tarentum and Brundusium he could so quickly cut the Ionian Sea and take in Taurine, you have heard on tea sweet. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 100, hilarity is never more admired than by the negligent. Antony. A good rebuke, which might have well become the best of men. To taunt at slackness, Canidius we will fight with him by sea. Chapter 150, Eopatra. By sea, what else? Chapter 100, Anidius. Why will my lord do so? Antony. For that he dares us to tea. Enobrbus. So hath my lord dared him to single fight. Chapter 100, Anidius. Ay, and to wage this battle at Pharsalia, where Caesar fought with Pompey, but these offers, which serve not for his vantage, he shakes off. And so should you. Enobrbus. Your ships are not well manned. Your mariners are muleteers, reapers, people engrossed by swift impress, in Caesar's fleet, are those that often have gainst Pompey fought. Their ships are yours heavy, no disgrace shall fall you for refusing him at sea. Being prepared for land. Antony. By sea, by sea. Enobrbus. Chapter 1000, Ostworthy sir, you therein throw away the absolute soldiership you have by land. Chapter 501, Stract your army, which doth most consist of war-marked footmen, leave unexecuted. Your own renowned knowledge, quite forgo. The way which promises assurance, and give up yourself merely to chance and hazard. From firm security. Antony. Chapter 1, I'll fight at sea. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 1, have 60 sails, Caesar none better. Antony. Our overplus of shipping will we burn, and with the rest full manned, from head of Actium. Beat approaching Caesar, but if we fail, we then can do at land. Enter a messenger. Thy business. Chapter 1000, Essengr. The news is true, my lord, he is disgrayed. Chapter 100, Esar has taken Taurine. Antony. Chapter 100, and he be there in person, 'tis impossible. Strange that his power should be, Canidius. Our 19 legions thou shalt hold by land, and our 12,000 horse, wheel to our ship. Away, my Thetis. Enter a soldier. How now, worthy soldier? Soldier! O noble emperor, do not fight by sea. Trust not to rotten planks, do you misdoubt? This sword and these my wounds, let Egyptians and the Phoenicians go a-ducking, we have used to conquer standing on the earth and fighting foot to foot. Antony. Well away. Exeunt Antony, Cleopatra and Enobarbus. Soldier! By Hercules, I think I am ith right. Chapter 100, Anidius. Soldier thou art, but his whole action grows not in the power on so our leaders led. And we are women's men. Soldier! You keep by land the legions and the horse whole, do you not? Chapter 100, Anidus. Chapter 1000, Arcus Octavius Marcus Justius. Publicola and Callias are for sea. But we keep whole by land, this speed of Caesar's. Chapter 100, Arise beyond belief. Soldier. While he was yet in Rome, his power went out in such distractions as beguiled all spies. Chapter 100, Anidus. Who's his lieutenant, hear you? Soldier. They say one Taurus. Chapter 100, Anidus. Well, I know the man. Enter a messenger. Chapter 1000, Essengr. The emperor calls Canidius. Chapter 100, Anidus. With news the time with labor and throws forth. Each minute some. Scene 8, a plain near Actium. Enter Caesar with his army and Taurus marching. Chapter 100, Aesar. Taurus. Taurus. Chapter 1000, Why Lord. Chapter 100, Aesar. Strike not by land, keep whole, provoke not battle. Till we have done at sea, do not exceed. The prescript of this scroll, our fortune lies upon this jump. Scene 9, another part of the plain. Enter Antony and Anabarbus. Antony. Set we our squadrons on yon side, Oth hill. Chapter 1, Ni of Caesar's battle from which place we may the number of the ships behold, and so proceed accordingly. Scene 10, another part of the plain. Chapter 100, Anidius marching with his land army one way over the stage, and Taurus, the lieutenant of Caesar, with his army the other way. After their going in, is heard the noise of a sea fight. Alarum, enter Enobarbus. Enobarbus. Not, all not, I can behold no longer. Antoniad, the Egyptian admiral. With all their 60, fly and turn the rudder. To see mine eyes are blasted. Enter Scarus. Scrus. Gods and goddesses. All the whole synod of them. Enobarbus. What's thy passion? Scrus. The greater cantle of the world is lost. With very ignorance, we have kissed away kingdoms and provinces. Enobarbus. How appears the fight? Scrus. On our side, like the token pestilence. Where death is sure, yon ribodred nag of Egypt. Whom leprosy ordake, midst oth fight. When vantage like a pair of twins appeared. Both as the same, or rather, ours the elder. The breeze upon her, like a cow in June. Hoist sails and flies. Enobarbus. That I beheld. Chapter 1001. Ne eyes did sicken at the sight and could not endure a further view. Scrus. She once being loofed. The noble ruin of her magic, Antony. Chapter 150. Apps on his sea wing and like a doting mallard. Chapter 50. Eaving the fight in height, flies after her. Chapter 1. Never saw an action of such shame. Experience, manhood, honor, ne'er before. Chapter 999. Violate so itself. Enobarbus. Alack. Enter Canidius. Chapter 100. Anidus. Our fortune on the sea is out of breath, and sinks most lamentably. Had our general been what he knew himself, it had gone well. Oh, he has given example for our flight. Chapter 1000. Ost grossly by his own. Enobarbus. Are you thereabouts? Why then, good night indeed. Chapter 100. Anidus. Toward Peloponnesus are they fled. Scrus. 'Tis easy taught, and there I will attend. What further comes? Chapter 100. Anidus. To Caesar will I render. Chapter 1000. Why legions and my horse, 6 kings already. Show me the way of yielding. Enobrbus. Chapter 1, Il yet fall. The wounded chance of Antony, though my reason sits in the wind against me. Scene 11, Alexandria, a room in the palace. Enter Antony with attendants. Antony. Hark, the land bids me tread no more upon't. Chapter 1, T is ashamed to bear me, friends come hither. Chapter 1, am so lated in the world that have lost my way forever, I have a ship. Chapter 50, Aiden with gold, take that, divide it, fly. And make your peace with Caesar. Alls. Fly not we. Antony. Chapter 1, have fled myself and have instructed cowards to run and show their shoulders, friends be gone. Chapter 1, have myself resolved upon a course which has no need of you, be gone. Chapter 1000, why treasure s in the harbor, take it, oh. Chapter 1, followed that I blush to look upon. Chapter 1000, why very hairs do mutiny for the white. Reprove the brown for rashness, and they them. For fear and doting, friends be gone, you shall have letters from me to some friends that will sweep your way for you, pray you look not sad. Nor make replies of loathness, take the hint which my despair proclaims, let that be left which leaves itself to the seaside straightway. Chapter 1, will possess you of that ship and treasure. Chapter 50, Eve me I pray a little, pray you now. Nay, do so, for indeed I have lost command. Therefore I pray you, I'll see you by and by. Enter Cleopatra led by Charmian, Eras and Eros. Eros. Nay, gentle madam, to him, comfort him. Chapter 1, Ras. Chapter 500, O most dear queen. Chapter 100, Harman. Chapter 500, Oh why what else? Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 50, Et me sit down, O Juno. Antony. No. Eros. See you here, sir. Antony. O fi. Chapter 100, Harman. Chapter 1000, Adam. Chapter 1, Ras. Chapter 1000, Adam, O good empress. Eros. Sir. Antony. Yes, my lord, yes, he at Philippi kept his sword e'en like a dancer, while I struck the lean and wrinkled Cassius, and 'twas I that the mad Brutus ended, he alone. Chapter 500, Ealt on lieutenantry and no practice had. Chapter 1, in the brave squares of war, yet now no matter. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Stand by. Eros. The queen, my lord, the queen. Chapter 1, Ras. Go to him, madam, speak to him. He is unqualitied with very shame. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Well then, sustain me, oh. Eros. Chapter 1000, noble sir, arise, the queen approaches. Her head s declined, and death will seize her, but your comfort makes the rescue. Antony. Chapter 1, have offended reputation. A most unnoble swerving. Eros. Sir the queen. Antony. Oh, whither hast thou led me, Egypt, see how I convey my shame out of thine eyes. By looking back what I have left behind. Stroyed in dishonor. Chapter 150, Eopatra. O my lord. Forgive my fearful sails, I little thought you would have followed. Antony. Egypt, thou knewst too well. Chapter 1000, why heart was to thy rudder tied by strings. And thou shouldst tow me after, o'er my spirit. Thy full supremacy thou knewst, and that thy beck might from the bidding of the gods. Chapter 100, and me. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Oh my pardon. Antony. Now I must to the young man send humble treaties, dodge, and palter in the shifts of lowness, who, with half the bulk world played as I pleased. Chapter 1000, Aching and Marring Fortunes, you did know how much you were my conqueror, and that. Chapter 1000, Why sword made weak by my affection would obey it on all cause. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Pardon, pardon. Antony. Fall not a tear, I say, one of them rates all that is won and lost, give me a kiss. Even this repays me. We sent our schoolmaster, is he come back? Chapter 50, Ove, I am full of lead, some wine. Within there and our viands, fortune knows. We scorn her most, when most she offers blows. Scene 12, Caesar's camp in Egypt. Enter Caesar, Agrippa, Dolabella with others. Chapter 100, Aesar. Chapter 50, Ed him appear that's come from Antony. Know you him? Chapter 500, Olablla. Chapter 100, Isar tease his schoolmaster. An argument that he is plucked, when hither he sends so poor opinion of his wing, which had superfluous kings for messengers. Not many moons gone by. Enter ambassador from Antony. Chapter 100, Aesar. Approach and speak. Ambassador. Such as I am, I come from Antony. Chapter 1, was of late as petty to his ends as is the morndew on the myrtle leaf to his grand sea. Chapter 100, Aesar. Bet so, declare thine office. Ambassador. Chapter 50, Ord of his fortunes he salutes thee, and requires to live in Egypt, which not granted. He lessens his requests, and to thee sues to let him breathe between the heavens and earth. A private man in Athens, this for him. Next, Cleopatra does confess thy greatness, submits her to thy might, and of thee craves the circle of the Ptolemies for her heirs, now hazarded to thy grace. Chapter 100, Aesar. For Antony. Chapter 1, have no ears to his request, the queen of audience nor desire shall fail, so she from Egypt drive her all disgraced friend, or take his life there, this if she perform. She shall not sue unheard, so to them both. Ambassador. Fortune pursue thee. Chapter 100, Aesar. Bring him through the bands. Exit ambassador attended. To try thy eloquence now, tease time, dispatch. From Antony win Cleopatra, promise. And in our name what she requires, add more. From thine invention offers, women are not. Chapter 1, in their best fortunes strong but want will perjure. The ne'er-touched vestal, try thy cunning, Thydias. Chapter 1000, ache thine own edict for thy pains, which we will answer as a law. Thidias. Chapter 100, Isar I go. Chapter 100, Aesar. Observe how Antony becomes his flaw, and what thou think'st his very action speaks. Chapter 1, in every power that moves. Thidias. Chapter 100, Isar I shall. Scene 13, Alexandria, a room in the palace. Enter Cleopatra, Enobarbus, Charmian and Eras. Chapter 150, Eopatra. What shall we do, Enobarbus? Enobarbus. Think and die. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 1, S. Antony or we in fault for this. Enobarbus. Antony only, that would make his will. Chapter 50, Ord of his reason, what though you fled from that great face of war, whose several ranges frighted each other, why should he follow? The itch of his affection should not then have nicked his captainship at such a point, when half to half the world opposed, he being the murd question, 'twas a shame no less. Then was his loss, to course your flying flags, and leave his navy gazing. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Prithee peace. Enter the ambassador with Antony. Antony. Chapter 1, S. That his answer. Ambassador. I, my lord. Antony. The queen shall then have courtesy, so she will yield us up. Ambassador. He says so. Antony. Chapter 50, at her note. To the boy Caesar send this grizzled head, and he will fill thy wishes to the brim with principalities. Chapter 150, Eopatra. That head, my lord. Antony. To him again, tell him he wears the rose of youth upon him, from which the world should note something particular, his coin, ships, legions. Chapter 1000, I be a coward s, whose ministers would prevail under the service of a child as soon as ith command of Caesar, I dare him therefore to lay his gay comparisons apart, and answer me declined, sword against sword. Ourselves alone, I'll write it, follow me. Exeunt Antony and Ambassador. Enobrbus. Yes, like enough high-battled Caesar. Unstate his happiness, and be staged to th show. Against a sworder, I see men's judgments are a parcel of their fortunes, and things outward. Chapter 500, O draw the inward quality after them, to suffer all alike, that he should dream. Knowing all measures, the full Caesar will answer his emptiness, Caesar thou hast subdued his judgment too. Enter a servant. Servant. A messenger from Caesar. Chapter 150, Eopatra. What no more ceremony, see my women. Against the blown rose may they stop their nose. That kneeled unto the buds, admit him, sir. Enobrbus. Mine honesty, and I begin to square. The loyalty well held to fools does make our faith mere folly, yet he that can endure to follow with allegiance a fallen lord. Chapter 500, O's conquer him that did his master conquer, and earns a place ith story. Enter Thetyos. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 100, Esar's will. Thidis. Hear it apart. Chapter 150, Eopatra. None but friends, say boldly. Thidis. So haply are they friends to Antony. Enobrbus. He needs as many, sir, as Caesar has. Or needs not us, if Caesar please our master. We'll leap to be his friend, for us, you know, whose he is we are, and that is Caesar s. Thidis. So? Thus then thou most renowned, Caesar entreats not to consider in what case thou standst further than he is Caesar. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Go on, right royal. Thidis. He knows that you embrace not Antony, as you did love, but as you feared him. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Oh! Thidis. The scars upon your honor, therefore he. Chapter 500, owes pity as constrained blemishes, not as deserved. Chapter 150, Eopatra. He is a god and knows what is most right. Mine honor was not yielded, but conquered merely. Enobrbus. To be sure of that. Chapter 1, will ask Antony, Sir, thou art so leaky, that we must leave thee to thy sinking, for thy dearest quit thee. Thidis. Shall I say to Caesar what you require of him, for he partly begs to be desired to give, it much would please him. That of his fortunes you should make a staff to lean upon, but it would warm his spirits to hear from me you had left Antony, and put yourself under his shroud, the universal landlord. Chapter 150, Eopatra. What's your name? Thidias. Chapter 1000, Why name is Thidias. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 1000, Ost kind messenger. Say to great Caesar this in deputation. Chapter 1, Kiss his conquering hand, tell him I am prompt to lay my crown at's feet, and there to kneel. Tell him, from his all-obeying breath I hear the doom of Egypt. Thidias. Tease your noblest course. Wisdom and fortune combating together. Chapter 1, F that the former dare but what it can. No chance may shake it, give me grace to lay. Chapter 1000, Why duty on your hand. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Your Caesar's father oft, when he hath mused of taking kingdoms in, bestowed his lips on that unworthy place. As it rained kisses. Enter Antony and Anabarbus. Antony. Favors by Jove that thunders. What art thou, fellow? Thidias. One that but performs the bidding of the fullest man and worthiest. To have command obeyed. Enobrbus. You will be whipped. Antony. Approach there, you kite, now gods and devils. Authority melts from me, of late when I cried ho. Chapter 51, Key boys unto a muss, kings would start forth. And cry your will, have you no ears, I am. Antony yet. Enter servants. Take hence this jack and whip him. Enobrbus. T's better playing with a lion's whelp than with an old one dying. Antony. Chapter 1000, and stars. Whip him, were't 20 of the greatest tributaries that do acknowledge Caesar, should I find them. So saucy with the hand of she here, what's her name? Since she was Cleopatra, whip him, fellows, till like a boy you see him cringe his face. And whine aloud for mercy, take him hence. Thidias. Chapter 1000, Arch Antony. Antony. Tug him away, being whipped. Bring him again, this jack of Caesar's shall bear us an errand to him. Exeunt servants with Thidias. You were half blasted ere I knew you, ha. Have I my pillow left unpressed in Rome? Forborne the getting of a lawful race, and by a gem of women to be abused by one that looks on feeders. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Good my lord. Antony. You have been a boggler ever. But when we in our viciousness grow hard, O misery on't, the wise gods seal our eyes. Chapter 1, In our own filth drop our clear judgments make us adore our errors, laugh at's while we strut to our confusion. Chapter 150, Eopatra. O is't come to this. Antony. Chapter 1, Found you as a morsel cold upon. Chapter 500, Ead Caesar's trencher, nay you were a fragment of Gnaeus Pompey's, besides what hotter hours unregistered in vulgar fame you have. Chapter 50, Uxuriously picked out, for I am sure, though you can guess what temperance should be, you know not what it is. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Wherefore is this? Antony. To let a fellow that will take rewards, and say God quit you, be familiar with. Chapter 1000, Why playfellow your hand this kingly seal? In plater of high hearts, oh that I were upon the hill of Bassan to outroar the horned herd, for I have savage cause, and to proclaim it civilly were like a haltered neck which does the hangman thank for being yare about him. Enter a servant with Thidias. Chapter 1, As he whipped. Servant. Soundly my lord. Antony. Chapter 100, Ride he, and begged he pardon. Servant. He did ask favor. Antony. Chapter 1. F. That thy father live, let him repent. Thou wast not made his daughter, and be thou sorry to follow Caesar in his triumph, since thou hast been whipped for following him, henceforth the white hand of a lady fever thee. Shake thou to look on't, get thee back to Caesar. Tell him thy entertainment, look thou say. He makes me angry with him, for he seems proud and disdainful, harping on what I am. Not what he knew I was, he makes me angry. And at this time most easy 'tis to dot. When my good stars that were my former guides have empty left their orbs and shot their fires. Chapter 1. Ntoth Abysm of Hell, if he mislike. Chapter 1000. Why speech and what is done, tell him he has. Hipparchus, my enfranched bondman, whom he may at pleasure whip, or hang, or torture, as he shall like to quit me, urge it thou. Hence with thy stripes be gone. Chapter 150. Eopatra. Have you done yet? Antony. Alack, our terrene moon is now eclipsed, and it portends alone the fall of Antony. Chapter 150. Eopatra. Chapter 1. Must stay his time. Antony. To flatter Caesar, would you mingle eyes with one that ties his points? Chapter 150. Eopatra. Not know me yet. Antony. Chapter 100. Old-hearted toward me. Chapter 150. Eopatra. Ah dear, if I be so. From my cold heart, let heaven engender hail, and poison it in the source, and the first stone. Chapter 500. Rop in my neck, as it determines so. Chapter 501. Solve my life, the next Caesarian smite, till by degrees the memory of my womb, together with my brave Egyptians all, by the discandying of this pelleted storm. Chapter 51. Graveless, till the flies and gnats of Nile have buried them for prey. Antony. Chapter 1. Am satisfied. Chapter 100. Esar sits down in Alexandria, where Chapter 1. Will oppose his fate, our force by land hath nobly held, our severed navy too have knit again, and fleet threatening most sea-like. Where hast thou been, my heart, dost thou hear, lady? Chapter 1. From the field I shall return once more. To kiss these lips, I will appear in blood. Chapter 1. And my sword will earn our chronicle. There's hope in't yet. Chapter 150. Eopatra. That's my brave lord. Antony. Chapter 1. Will be treble-sinewed, hearted, breathed, and fight maliciously, for when mine hours were nice and lucky, men did ransom lives of me for jests, but now I'll set my teeth and send to darkness all that stop me. Come. Chapter 50. Have one other gaudy night, call to me all my sad captains, fill our bowls once more. Chapter 50. Mock the midnight bell. Chapter 150. Eopatra. Chapter 1. Tea is my birthday. Chapter 1. Had thought tea have held it poor, but since my lord. Chapter 1. Antony again, I will be Cleopatra. Antony. We will yet do well. Chapter 150. Eopatra. Chapter 100. All his noble captains to my lord. Antony. Chapter 500. Oso will speak to them, and tonight I'll force the wine peep through their scars. Come on, my queen. There's sap in't yet, the next time I do fight. Chapter 1. I'll make death love me, for I will contend even with his pestilent scythe. Exeunt all but Enobarbus. Enobrbus. Now he'll outstare the lightning, to be furious. Chapter 1. To be frighted out of fear, and in that mood the dove will peck the estrage, and I see still a diminution in our captain's brain. Restores his heart, when valor preys on reason. Chapter 1. Eats the sword it fights with, I will seek some way to leave him. Act 4. Scene 1. Caesar's camp at Alexandria. Enter Caesar, Agrippa and Maecenas with his army. Chapter 100. Esar reading a letter. Chapter 100. Aesar. He calls me boy, and chides as he had power to beat me out of Egypt, my messenger. He hath whipped with rods, dares me to personal combat. Chapter 100. Esar to Antony, let the old ruffian know. Chapter 1. Have many other ways to die, meantime. Chapter 50. Awe at his challenge. Chapter 1000. Acenas. Chapter 100. Esar must think. When one so great begins to rage, he's hunted. Even to falling, give him no breath but now. Chapter 1000. Ache boot of his distraction, never anger. Chapter 1000. A day good guard for itself. Chapter 100. Aesar. Chapter 50. At our best heads. Know that tomorrow the last of many battles we mean to fight, within our files there are of those that served Mark Antony but late enough to fetch him in, see it done. And feast the army, we have store to dot. And they have earned the waste, poor Antony. Scene 2. Alexandria, a room in the palace. Enter Antony, Cleopatra, Enobarbus, Charmian, Eras, Alexis with others. Antony. He will not fight with me, Domitius. Enobarbus. No. Antony. Why should he not? Enobarbus. He thinks, being 20 times of better fortune, he is 20 men to 1. Antony. Tomorrow, soldier. By sea and land I'll fight, or I will live. Or bathe my dying honor in the blood. Shall make it live again, woot thou fight well. Enobarbus. Chapter 1. I'll strike and cry take all. Antony. Well said, come on. Chapter 100. All forth my household servants, let's tonight be bounteous at our meal. Enter servants. Give me thy hand. Thou hast been rightly honest, so hast thou. Thou and thou and thou, you have served me well. And kings have been your fellows. Chapter 150. Eopatra. Aside to Enobarbus, what means this? Enobarbus. Aside to Cleopatra, 'tis one of those odd tricks which sorrow shoots out of the mind. Antony. And thou art honest too. Chapter 1. Wish I could be made so many men, and all of you clapped up together in an Antony, that I might do you service so good as you have done. All the servants. The gods forbid. Antony. Well, my good fellows, wait on me tonight. Scant not my cups, and make as much of me as when mine empire was your fellow too, and suffered my command. Chapter 150. Eopatra. Aside to Enobarbus, what does he mean? Enobarbus. Aside to Cleopatra, to make his followers weep. Antony. Tend me tonight. Chapter 1000. Albeit is the period of your duty. Haply you shall not see me more, or if a mangled shadow, perchance tomorrow you'll serve another master, I look on you as one that takes his leave, mine honest friends. Chapter 1. Turn you not away but like a master. Chapter 1000. A ride to your good service, stay till death. Tend me tonight 2 hours, I ask no more. And the gods yield you fort. Enobarbus. What mean you, sir? To give them this discomfort, look, they weep. And I an ass am onion-eyed, for shame. Transform us not to women. Antony. Hos hos ho. Now the witch take me if I meant it thus. Grace grow where those drops fall, my hardy friends. You take me in too dolorous a sense. For I spake to you for your comfort, did desire you to burn this night with torches, know my hearts. Chapter 1. Hope well of tomorrow and will lead you Where rather I'll expect victorious life. Then death and honor, let's to supper come. And drown consideration. Scene 3, Alexandria before the palace. Enter a company of soldiers. First soldier. Brother, good night, tomorrow is the day. Second soldier. Chapter 1, tea will determine one way, fare you well. Heard you of nothing strange about the streets. First soldier. Nothing, what news? Second soldier. Belike tea's but a rumor, good night to you. First soldier. Well, sir, good night. Enter 2 other soldiers. Second soldier. Soldiers, have careful watch. Third soldier. And you, good night, good night. They place themselves in every corner of the stage. Second soldier. Here we, and if tomorrow our navy thrive, I have an absolute hope. Our landmen will stand up. First soldier. 'Tis a brave army, and full of purpose. Music of the hot boys under the stage. Second soldier. Peace, what noise? First soldier. Chapter 51, Sent List. Second soldier. Hark! First soldier. Chapter 1000, Music ith air. Third soldier. Under the earths. Fourth soldier. Chapter 1, T signs well, does it not? Third soldier. No. First soldier. Peace, I say, what should this mean? Second soldier. 'Tis the god Hercules, whom Antony loved. Now leaves him. First soldier. Walk, let's see if other watchmen. Chapter 500, Oh, hear what we do. They advance to another post. Second soldier. How now, masters? Alls. How now, do you hear this? First soldier. Is not strange. Third soldier. Chapter 500, Oh, you hear, masters, do you hear? First soldier. Follow the noise, so far as we have quarter. Chapter 50, Let's see how it will give off. Alls. Chapter 100, Ontent, 'tis strange. Scene 4, Alexandria, a room in the palace. Enter Antony and Cleopatra with others. Antony. Eros, mine armor Eros. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Sleep a little. Antony. No, my chuck, Eros, come mine armor Eros. Enter Eros with armor. Chapter 100, good fellow, put thine iron on. Chapter 1, Fortune be not ours today, it is. Because we brave her, come. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Nay, I'll help too. What's this for? Antony. Ah, let be, thou art. The armor of my heart, false, this. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Sooth, la, I'll help, thus it must be. Antony. Well. We shall thrive now, seest thou, my good fellow. Go put on thy defenses. Eros. Briefly, sir. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 1, not this buckled well. Antony. Rarely. He that unbuckles this, till we do please. To daft for our repose, shall hear a storm. Thou fumblest, Eros, and my queen's esquire. Chapter 1000, Or tight at this than thou, dispatch, O love. That thou couldst see my wars today, and knewst he. The royal occupation thou shouldst see. A workman Enter an officer, armed. Good morrow to thee, welcome. Thou look'st like him that knows a warlike charge. To business that we love we rise betime. And go taught with delight. Officer. 1,000, sir. Early tho't be, have on their riveted trim. And at the port expect you. Shout, trumpets flourish. Enter other captains and soldiers. Chapter 100, Aptain. The morn is fair, good morrow, General. Alls. Good morrow, General. Antony. Teas well blown, lads. This morning, like the spirit of a youth. That means to be of note, begins betimes. So, come give me that this way, well said. Fare thee well, dame. Whate'er becomes of me. This is a soldier's kiss, rebukable. And worthy shameful check it were, to stand. On more mechanic compliment, I'll leave thee. Now like a man of steel, you that will fight. Follow me close, I'll bring you taut, adieu. Exeunt Antony, Eros, captains and soldiers. Chapter 100, Harman. Please you, retire to your chamber. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 50, Eed me. He goes forth gallantly, that he and Caesar might. Chapter 500, Ederman this great war in single fight. Then Antony but now's well on. Scene 5, Antony's camp near Alexandria. Trumpets sound, enter Antony and Eros, a soldier meeting them. Soldier. The gods make this a happy day to Antony. Antony. Would thou and those thy scars had once prevailed to make me fight at land. Soldier. Hadst thou done so, the kings that have revolted, and the soldier that has this morning left thee would have still followed thy heels. Antony. Who's gone this morning? Soldier. Who? One ever near thee, call for Enobarbus. He shall not hear thee, or from Caesar's camp. Say I am none of thine. Antony. What sayest thou? Soldier. Sir. He is with Caesar. Eros. Sir, his chests and treasure. He has not with him. Antony. Chapter 1, Is he gone? Soldier. Chapter 1000, Os certain. Antony. Go Eros send his treasure after, do it. Chapter 500, Eti no jot I charge thee, write to him. Chapter 1, will subscribe gentle adieus and greetings. Say that I wish he never find more cause to change a master, oh my fortunes have. Chapter 100, Orupted honest men, dispatch, Enobarbus. Scene 6, Alexandria, Caesar's camp. Flourish, enter Agrippa, Caesar with Enobarbus and Dolabella. Chapter 100, Aesar. Go forth, Agrippa, and begin the fight. Our will is Antony be took alive. Chapter 1000, Ake it so known. Agrippa. Chapter 100, Isar I shall. Chapter 100, Aesar. The time of universal peace is near. Prove this a prosperous day, the three-nooked world shall bear the olive freely. Enter a messenger. Chapter 1000, Essengr. Antony. Chapter 1, S come into the field. Chapter 100, Aesar. Go charge Agrippa. Plant those that have revolted in the van, that Antony may seem to spend his fury upon himself. Exeunt Caesar and his train. Enobarbus. Alexis did revolt, and went to Geryon. Affairs of Antony there did dissuade great Herod to incline himself to Caesar, and leave his master Antony, for this pains. Chapter 100, Isar hath hanged him, Canidius and the rest. That fell away have entertainment but no honorable trust, I have done ill, of which I do accuse myself so sorely, that I will joy no more. Enter a soldier of Caesar S. Soldier. Enobarbus, Antony, hath after thee sent all thy treasure, with his bounty overplus, the messenger. Chapter 100, Aim on my guard and at thy tent is now unloading of his mules. Enobarbus. Chapter 1, Give it you. Soldier. Chapter 1000. Ac not in oberbus. Chapter 1. Tell you true, best you safe the bringer. Out of the host, I must attend mine office. Or would have don't myself, your emperor. Chapter 100. Antony still a Jove. Enobbrbus. Chapter 1. Am alone the villain of the earth. And feel I am so most, O Antony. Thou mine of bounty, how wouldst thou have paid? Chapter 1000. Why better service when my turpitude? Thou dost so crown with gold, this blows my heart. Chapter 1. F swift thought break it not, a swifter mean. Shall outstrike thought, but thought will dot I feel. Chapter 1. Fight against thee, no I will go seek. Some ditch wherein to die, the foulsty best fits. Chapter 1000. Why latter part of life? Scene 7. Field of battle between the camps. Alarum, drums and trumpets. Enter Agrippa and others. Agrippa. Retire, we have engaged ourselves too far. Chapter 100. Esar himself has work and our oppression exceeds what we expected. Alarums, enter Antony and Scaurus wounded. Scrus. O my brave emperor, this is fought indeed. Had we done so at first, we had droven them home. With clouts about their heads. Antony. Thou bleedst ye apace. Scrus. Chapter 1. Had a wound here that was like a T. But now T's made an H. Sounds retreat far off. Antony. They do retire. Scrus. We'll beat 'em into bench holes, I have yet room for 6 scotches more. Enter Eros. Eros. They are beaten, sir, and our advantage serves for a fair victory. Scrus. Chapter 50. Edda score their backs and snatch 'em up as we take hares behind. T's sport to maul a runner. Antony. Chapter 1. Will reward thee once for thy sprightly comfort, and tenfold for thy good valor, come thee on. Scrus. Chapter 1. I'll halt after. Scene 8. Under the walls of Alexandria. Alarum, enter Antony again in a march, Scaurus with others. Antony. We have beat him to his camp, run one before. And let the queen know of our jests. Tomorrow, before the sun shall cease, we'll spill the blood that has today escaped. I thank you all. For doughty-handed are you, and have fought not as you served the cause, but as 'had been each man's like mine. You have shown all Hector's. Enter the city, clip your wives, your friends. Tell them your feats, whilst they with joyful tears wash the congealment from your wounds and kiss the honored gashes whole. Enter Cleopatra. Give me thy hand. To this great fairy I'll commend thy acts. Chapter 1000. Acre thanks bless thee, O thou day oth world. Chapter 100. Hain mine armed neck, leap thou, attire and all. Through proof of harness to my heart, and there ride on the pants triumphing. Chapter 150. Eopatra. Chapter 50. Ord of Lords. O infinite virtue, com'st thou smiling from the world's great snare uncaught. Antony. Chapter 1001. Knee Nightingale. We have beat them to their beds, what girl though grey? Chapter 500. Oh something mingle with our younger brown, yet ha we a brain that nourishes our nerves and can get goal for goal of youth, behold this man. Chapter 100. Almond unto his lips thy favouring hand. Kiss it my warrior, he hath fought today as if a god in hate of mankind had. Chapter 500. Estroid in such a shape. Chapter 150. Eopatra. Chapter 1. I'll give thee friend an armor all of gold, it was a king's. Antony. He has deserved it, were it carbuncled. Chapter 51. Ki holy Phobos car, give me thy hand. Through Alexandria make a jolly march. Bear our hacked targets like the men that owe them. Had our great palace the capacity to camp this host, we all would sup together and drink carouses to the next day's fate, which promises royal peril. Trumpeters, with brazen din blast you the city's ear. Chapter 1000. Ake mingle with our rattling tabourines, that heaven and earth may strike their sounds together, applauding our approach. Scene 9. Caesar's camp. Enter a sentry and his company. Enobarbus follows. Sentry. Chapter 1. If we be not relieved within this hour, we must return to court of guard, the night. Chapter 1. Shiny and they say we shall embattle. By second hour morn. First watch. This last day was a shrewd one two's. Enobarbus. Oh, bear me witness, knight. Second watch. What man is this? First watch. Stand close and list him. Enobarbus. Be witness to me, O thou blessed moon. When men revolted shall upon record bear hateful memory, poor Enobarbus did before thy face repent. Sentry. Enobarbus. Second watch. Peace, hark further. Enobarbus. O sovereign mistress of true melancholy, the poisonous damp of night desponge upon me. That life, a very rebel to my will. Chapter 1000. I hang no longer on me, throw my heart against the flint and hardness of my fault, which being dried with grief, will break to powder, and finish all foul thoughts. O Antony, nobler than my revolt is infamous. Forgive me in thine own particular, but let the world rank me in register, a master-leaver and a fugitive. O Antony, O Antony. First watch. Chapter 50. Ets speak to him. Sentry. Chapter 50. Ets hear him, for the things he speaks may concern Caesar. Second watch. Chapter 50. Et s do so, but he sleeps. Sentry. Swoons rather, for so bad a prayer as his was never yet for sleep. First watch. Go we to him. Second watch. Awake, sir, awake, speak to us. First watch. Hear you, sir. Sentry. The hand of death hath wrought him. Hark the drums. Chapter 500. Immurely wake the sleepers, let us bear him to court of guard, he is of note, our hour. Chapter 1. S fully out. Second watch. Chapter 100. Oman then, he may recover yet. Exeunt with the body. Scene 10. Ground between the two camps. Enter Antony and Scaurus with their army. Antony. Their preparation is today by sea. We please them not by land. Scrus. For both, my lord. Antony. Chapter 1. Would they'd fight fire or air? We fight there too, but this it is, our foot. Upon the hills adjoining to the city shall stay with us, order for sea is given. They have put forth the haven, where their appointment we may best discover, and look on their endeavor. Scene 11. Another part of the ground. Enter Caesar and his army. Chapter 100. Aesar. But being charged, we will be still by land, which as I taked, we shall for his best force. Chapter 1. S forth to man his galleys to the vales, and hold our best advantage. Scene 12. Another part of the ground. Alarum afar off, as at a sea fight, enter Antony and Scaurus. Antony. Yet they are not joined, where yond pine does stand. Chapter 1. Shall discover all, I'll bring thee word. Straight how 'tis like to go. Scrus. Swallows have built. Chapter 1. In Cleopatra's sails their nests, the augurs say they know not, they cannot tell, look grimly, and dare not speak their knowledge. Antony. Chapter 1. S valiant and dejected and by starts. His fretted fortunes give him hope and fear of what he has and has not. Enter Antony. Antony. All is lost. This foul Egyptian hath betrayed me. Chapter 1000. Why fleet hath yielded to the foe, and yonder they cast their caps up and carouse together. Chapter 51. Key friends long lost, triple-turned whore, tease thou hast sold me to this novice, and my heart. Chapter 1000. Aches only wars on thee, bid them all fly. For when I am revenged upon my charm. Chapter 1. Have done all, bid them all fly, be gone. O son, thy uprise shall I see no more. Fortune and Antony part here, even here. Chapter 500. Oh, we shake hands, all come to this, the hearts that spanieled me at heels, to whom I gave their wishes, due to Scandi, melt their sweets on blossoming Caesar, and this pine is barked that overtopped them all, betrayed I am. Oh, this false soul of Egypt, this grave charm, whose eye becked forth my wars and called them home, whose bosom was my crownet, my chief end. Chapter 51. Key a right gypsy hath it fast and loose, beguiled me to the very heart of loss. What Eros? Enter Cleopatra. Ah, thou spell, avant. Chapter 150. Eopatra. Why is my lord enraged against his love? Antony. Chapter 5. Anish, or I shall give thee thy deserving, and blemish Caesar's triumph, let him take thee, and hoist thee up to the shouting plebeians. Follow his chariot, like the greatest spot of all thy sex, most monster-like be shown. For porsty diminutives, for dolts, and let patient Octavia plough thy visage up with her prepared nails. Tease well thou it gone. Chapter 1. If it be well to live, but better tweer. Thou fell'st into my fury, for one death. Chapter 1001. Ght have prevented many, Eros ho. The shirt of Nessus is upon me, teach me. Alcides, thou mine ancestor, thy rage. Chapter 50. Et me lodge liches on the horns o th moon. And with those hands that grasp the heaviest club, subdue my worthiest self, the which shall die. To the young Roman boy she hath sold me, and I fall. Under this plot, she dies fort, Eros ho. Scene 13. Alexandria, a room in the palace. Enter Cleopatra, Charmian, Eras, and Mardian. Chapter 150. Eopatra. Help me, my women, oh, he is more mad than Telamon for his shield, the boar of Thessaly was never so embossed. Chapter 100. Harmin. To th monument. There lock yourself, and send him word you are dead. The soul and body rive not more in parting than greatness going off. Chapter 150. Eopatra. To th monument. Chapter 1000. Ardian, go tell him I have slain myself. Say that the last I spoke was Antony. And word it, prithee, piteously, hence Mardian. And bring me how he takes my death, to th monument. Scene 14. Alexandria, another room. Enter Antony and Eros. Antony. Eros, thou yet beholdst me. Eros. I, noble lord. Antony. Sometime we see a cloud that's dragonish. A vapor sometime like a bear or lion. A towered citadel, a pendant rock. A forked mountain, or blue promontory. With trees upon't, that nod unto the world. And mock our eyes with air, thou hast seen these signs. They are black Vespers pageants. Eros. I, my lord. Antony. That which is now a horse, even with a thought. The rack dislimbs and makes it indistinct. As water is in water. Eros. Chapter 1. T does my lord. Antony. Chapter 1000. Why good knave Eros now thy captain is. Even such a body, here I am Antony. Yet cannot hold this visible shape, my knave. Chapter 1 Made these wars for Egypt and the queen, whose heart I thought I had, for she had mine, which whilst it was mine had annexed untaught. A million more now lost she Eros has. Packed cards with Caesar, and false played my glory unto an enemy's triumph. Nay, weep not, gentle Eros, there is left us ourselves to end ourselves. Enter Mardian. O thy vile lady! She has robbed me of my sword. Chapter 1000 Ardian. No, Antony. Chapter 1000 Why mistress loved thee and her fortunes mingled with thun entirely. Antony. Hence, saucy eunuch, peace. She hath betrayed me, and shall die the death. Chapter 1000 Ardian. Chapter 500 Eth of one person can be paid but once, and that she has discharged what thou wouldst do. Chapter 1 S done unto thy hand, the last she spake was Antony, most noble Antony. Then in the midst a tearing groan did break. The name of Antony, it was divided between her heart and lips, she rendered life. Thy name so buried in her. Antony. Chapter 500 Eid then. Chapter 1000 Ardian. Chapter 500 Eid. Antony. Unarm Eros, the long day's task is done, and we must sleep, that thou departst hence safe. Chapter 500 O's pay thy labor richly, go. Off pluck offs. The sevenfold shield of Ajax cannot keep the battery from my heart, O cleave my sides. Heart, once be stronger than thy continent. Chapter 100 Rack thy frail case, apace, Eros, apace. No more a soldier, bruised pieces go. You have been nobly born, from me a while. Chapter 1 Will ordake thee, Cleopatra, and weep for my pardon, so it must be for now. All length is torture, since the torch is out. Chapter 51 E down and stray no farther, now all labor. Chapter 1000 Ours what it does, yea, very force entangles. Chapter 1 Self with strength, seal then, and all is done. Eros, I come, my queen, Eros, stay for me. Where souls do couch on flowers, we'll hand in hand, and with our sprightly port make the ghosts gaze. Chapter 999 O and her Aeneas shall want troops, and all the haunt be ours. Come Eros, Eros. Enter Eros. Eros. What would my lord? Antony. Since Cleopatra died. Chapter 1 Have lived in such dishonor that the gods. Chapter 500 Eatest my baseness, I that with my sword quartered the world, and o'er green Neptune's back with ships made cities, condemn myself to lack the courage of a woman, less noble mind than she which by her death our Caesar tells. I am conqueror of myself, thou art sworn, Eros, that when the exigent should come, which now. Chapter 1 S come indeed when I should see behind me inevitable prosecution of. Chapter 501 S grace and horror that on my command thou then wouldst kill me. The time is come. Thou strickst not me, Caesar, thou defeat'st. Put color in thy cheek. Eros. The gods withhold me. Shall I do that which all the Parthian darts? Though enemy, lost aim and could not. Antony. Eros. Wouldst thou be windowed in great Rome and see thy master thus with pleached arms, bending down his corrigible neck, his face subdued to penetrative shame, whilst the wheeled seat of fortunate Caesar, drawn before him, branded his baseness that ensued. Eros. Chapter 1 Would not seat. Antony. Chapter 100 then, for with a wound I must be cured. Chapter 500 Raw that thy honest sword which thou hast worn. Chapter 1000 ost useful for thy country. Eros. O sir, pardon me. Antony. When I did make thee free, swerst thou not then to do this when I bade thee, do it at once? Or thy precedent services are all but accidents unpurposed, draw and come. Eros. Turn from me then that noble countenance, wherein the worship of the whole world lies. Antony. Chapter 50. O thee. Turning from him. Eros. Chapter 1000. Why sword is drawn. Antony. Then let it do at once the thing why thou hast drawn it. Eros. Chapter 1000. Why dear master. Chapter 1000. Why captain and my emperor, let me say, before I strike this bloody stroke, farewell. Antony. 'Tis said, man, and farewell. Eros. Farewell, great chief, shall I strike now? Antony. Now, Eros. Eros. Why there then? Thus do I escape the sorrow of Antony's death. Antony. Thrice nobler than myself. Thou teachest me, O valiant Eros, what? Chapter 1. Shouldn't thou couldst not, my queen and Eros, have by their brave instruction got upon me a nobleness in record, but I will be a bridegroom in my death and run in taught. As to a lover's bed, come then, and Eros, thy master dies thy scholar, to do thus. Falling on his sword. Chapter 1. Learned of thee how not dead, not dead. The guard ho, O dispatch me. Enter a company of the guard, one of them Dercetus. First guard. What's the noise? Antony. Chapter 1. Have done my work ill, friends, O make an end of what I have begun. Second guard. The star is fallen. First guard. And time is at his period. Alls. Alas and woe. Antony. Chapter 50. At him that loves me strike me dead. First guard. Not eyes. Second guard. Nor eyes. Third guard. Nor anyone. Chapter 500. ERCTUS. Thy death and fortunes bid thy followers fly. This sword but shown to Caesar with this tidings shall enter me with him. Enter Diomes. Chapter 501. OMEDES. Where S. Antony. Chapter 500. ERCTUS. There Diomed there. Chapter 501. OMEDES. Chapter 54. Ease he, wilt thou not answer man? Antony. Art thou there, Diomed, draw thy sword and give me sufficing strokes for death. Chapter 501. OMEDES. Chapter 1000. Ost absolute lord. Chapter 1000. Why Mistress Cleopatra sent me to thee. Antony. When did she send thee? Chapter 501. OMEDES. Now, my lord. Antony. Where is she? Chapter 501. OMEDES. Chapter 50. Oct in her monument, she had a prophesying fear of what hath come to pass, for when she saw, which never shall be found, you did suspect she had disposed with Caesar, and that your ray would not be purged, she sent you word she was dead. But fearing since how it might work, hath sent. Chapter 1000. To proclaim the truth, and I am come. Chapter 1. Dread, too late. Antony. Too late, good Diomed, call my guard, I prithee. Chapter 501. OMEDES. What ho, the emperor's guard, the guard, what ho. Chapter 100. Your lord calls. Enter 4 or 5 of the guard of Antony. Antony. Bear me, good friends, where Cleopatra bides. 'Tis the last service that I shall command you. First guard. Woe, woe are we, sir, you may not live to wear all your true followers out. Alls. Chapter 1000. Ost heavy day. Antony. Nay, good my fellows, do not please sharp fate to grace it with your sorrows, bid that welcome which comes to punish us, and we punish it. Seeming to bear it lightly, take me up. Chapter 1. Have led you oft, carry me now, good friends, and have my thanks for all. Exeunt, bearing Antony. Scene 15. Alexandria, a monument. Enter Cleopatra and her maids aloft, with Charmian and Eras. Chapter 150. Eopatra. O Charmian, I will never go from hence. Chapter 100. Harmin. Be comforted, dear madam. Chapter 150. Eopatra. No, I will not. All strange and terrible events are welcome. But comforts we despise, our sighs of sorrow, proportion to our cause, must be as great as that which makes it. Enter below Diomes. How now, is he dead? Chapter 501. Omedes. His death s upon him but not dead. Chapter 50. Ook out oth other side your monument. His guard have brought him thither. Enter, below Antony borne by the guard. Chapter 150. Eopatra. O sun, burn the great sphere thou movest in, darkling stand. The varying shore oth world, O Antony. Antony, help Charmian, help Eras, help. Help friends below, let's draw him hither. Antony. Peace. Not Caesar's valor hath o'erthrown Antony, but Antony's hath triumphed on itself. Chapter 150. Eopatra. So it should be, that none but Antony should conquer Antony, but woe tease so. Antony. Chapter 1. Dying Egypt dying, only. Chapter 1. Here importune death a while until of many thousand kisses the poor last. Chapter 1. Lay upon thy lips. Chapter 150. Eopatra. Chapter 1. Dare not, dear. Chapter 500. Ere my lord pardon, I dare not. Chapter 50. Est I be taken, not th imperious show of the full fortune Caesar ever shall be broached with me, if knife, drugs, serpents have edge, sting, or operation, I am safe. Your wife Octavia, with her modest eyes and still conclusion, shall acquire no honor. Chapter 500. Immuring upon me, but come Antony. Help me, my women, we must draw thee up. Assist, good friends. Antony. Oh, quick, or I am gone. Chapter 150. Eopatra. Here's sport indeed, how heavy weighs my lord. Our strength is all gone into heaviness. That makes the weight, had I great Juno's power. The strong-winged Mercury should fetch thee up and set thee by Jove's side, yet come a little. Wishers were ever fools, oh come. They heave Antony aloft to Cleopatra. And welcome, die where thou hast lived. Quicken with kissing, had my lips that power. Thus would I wear them out. Alls. A heavy sight. Antony. Chapter 1. Dying Egypt dying. Give me some wine, and let me speak a little. Chapter 150. Eopatra. No, let me speak, and let me rail so high that the false huswife Fortune break her wheel, provoked by my offense. Antony. One word, sweet queen. Of Caesar seek your honor with your safety, oh. Chapter 150. Eopatra. They do not go together. Antony. Gentle, hear me. None about Caesar trust but Proculaus. Chapter 150. Eopatra. Chapter 1000. Why resolution in my hands I'll trust. None about Caesar. Antony. The miserable change now at my end. Chapter 50. aim at nor sorrow at but please your thoughts. Chapter 1. End feeding them with those my former fortunes. Wherein I lived the greatest prince world. The noblest, and do now not basely die. Not cowardly put off my helmet too. Chapter 1000. Why countryman, a Roman by a Roman. Chapter 5. Alliantly vanquished, now my spirit is going. Chapter 1. Can no more. Chapter 150. Eopatra. Noblest of men, woot die. Hast thou no care of me, shall I abide? Chapter 1. End this dull world which in thy absence is no better than a sty, O see my women. The crown earth doth melt, my lord. Oh, withered is the garland of the war. The soldier's pole is fallen, young boys and girls are level now with men, the odds is gone. And there is nothing left remarkable beneath the visiting moon. Chapter 100. Harmin. O quietness, lady. Chapter 1. Ras. She is dead too, our sovereign. Chapter 100. Harmin. Chapter 50. Adai. Chapter 1. Ras. Chapter 1000. Adam. Chapter 100. Harmin. O madams, madam. Chapter 1. Ras. Royal Egypt Empress. Chapter 100. Harmin. Peace, eras. Chapter 150. Eopatra. No more but e'en a woman, and commanded by such poor passion as the maid that milks, and does the meanest chars, it were for me to throw my scepter at the injurious gods, to tell them that this world did equal theirs, till they had stolen our jewel, all's but not. Patience is sottish, and impatience does become a dog that's mad, then is it sin to rush into the secret house of death. Ere death dare come to us, how do you women? What good cheer, why how now Charmian? Chapter 1000. Why noble girls, ah women, look. Our lamp is spent, it's out, good sirs take heart. We'll bury him, and then what's brave, what's noble? Chapter 50. Et es do it after the high Roman fashion. And make death proud to take us, come away. This case of that huge spirit now is cold. Ah women, come we have no friend but resolution, and the briefest end. Exeunt, bearing off Antony's body. Act 5. Scene 1. Caesar's camp before Alexandria. Enter Caesar, Agrippa, Dolabella, Maecenas, Gallus, Proculaeus with his council of war. Chapter 100. Aesar. Go to him, Dolabella, bid him yield. Being so frustrate, tell him he mocks the pauses that he makes. Chapter 500. Olablla. Chapter 100. Isar I shall. Enter Dercetus with the sword of Antony. Chapter 100. Aesar. Wherefore is that, and what art thou that darst appear thus to us? Chapter 500. Erctus. Chapter 1. Am called Dercetus. Chapter 1000. Arch Antony I served, who best was worthy best to be served, whilst he stood up and spoke. He was my master, and I wore my life to spend upon his haters, if thou please, to take me to thee, as I was to him. Chapter 1. I'll be to Caesar, if thou pleasest not. Chapter 1. Yield thee up my life. Chapter 100. Aesar. What is't thou sayest he? Chapter 500. Erctus. Chapter 1. Say, O Caesar, Antony is dead. Chapter 100. Aesar. The breaking of so great a thing should make a greater crack, the round world should have shook lions into civil streets, and citizens to their dens, the death of Antony. Chapter 1. S not a single doom in the name lay. A moiety of the world. Chapter 500. Erctus. He is dead, Caesar. Not by a public minister of justice, nor by a hired knife, but that self-hand which writ his honor in the acts it did, hath with the courage which the heart did lend it, splitted the heart, this is his sword. Chapter 1, robbed his wound of it, behold it stained with his most noble blood. Chapter 100, Aesar. Chapter 50, you sad friends. The gods rebuke me, but it is tidings to wash the eyes of kings. Agrippa. And strange it is that nature must compel us to lament our most persisted deeds. Chapter 1000, Acnas. His taints and honors waged equal with him. Agrippa. A rarer spirit never. Chapter 999, steer humanity, but you gods will give us some faults to make us men, Caesar is touched. Chapter 1000, Acnas. When such a spacious mirror's set before him, he needs must see himself. Chapter 100, Aesar. O Antony. Chapter 1, have followed thee to this but we do lance. Chapter 501, seizes in our bodies, I must perforce have shown to thee such a declining day. Or look on thine, we could not stall together. Chapter 1, and the whole world, but yet let me lament with tears as sovereign as the blood of hearts, that thou, my brother, my competitor. Chapter 1, end top of all design, my mate in empire, friend and companion in the front of war, the arm of mine own body, and the heart, where mine his thoughts did kindle, that our stars, unreconcilable, should divide our equalness to this. Hear me, good friends. Enter an Egyptian. But I will tell you, at some meter season, the business of this man looks out of him. We'll hear him what he says. Whence are you? Egyptian. A poor Egyptian yet, the queen my mistress. Chapter 100, enfeigned in all she has her monument of thy intense desires instruction, that she preparedly may frame herself to the way she's forced to. Chapter 100, Aesar. Bid her have good heart. She soon shall know of us, by some of ours, how honorable and how kindly we. Chapter 500, Ederman for her, for Caesar cannot lean to be ungentle. Egyptian. So the gods preserve thee. Chapter 100, Aesar. Chapter 100, hither Proculaus, go and say, we purpose her no shame, give her what comforts the quality of her passion shall require. Chapter 50, est in her greatness by some mortal stroke. She do defeat us, for her life in Rome would be eternal in our triumph. Go, and with your speediest bring us what she says, and how you find of her. Proculaus. Chapter 100, Isar I shall exit Proculaus. Chapter 100, Aesar. Gallus, go you along. Where's Dolabella, to second Proculaus? Alls. Chapter 500, Alibella. Chapter 100, Aesar. Chapter 50, et him alone, for I remember now how he's employed, he shall in time be ready. Go with me to my tent, where you shall see how hardly I was drawn into this war, how calm and gentle I proceeded still. Chapter 1, and all my writings, go with me and see what I can show in this. Scene 2, Alexandria, a room in the monument. Enter Cleopatra, Charmian and Eras. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 1000, why desolation does begin to make a better life, 'tis paltry to be Caesar. Not being fortune, he's but fortune's knave. A minister of her will, and it is great to do that thing that ends all other deeds, which shackles accidents and bolts up change, which sleeps and never pallets more the dung, the beggar's nurse and Caesar s. Enter Proculaus. Proculaus. Chapter 100, Isar sends greetings to the Queen of Egypt, and bids thee study on what fair demands Thou meanst to have him grant thee. Chapter 150, Eopatra. What's thy name? Proculaus. Chapter 1000, Why name is Proculaus. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Antony. Chapter 999, Tell me of you, bade me trust you but. Chapter 1, Do not greatly care to be deceived. That have no use for trusting, if your master would have a queen his beggar, you must tell him. That majesty, to keep decorum must no less beg than a kingdom, if he please. To give me conquered Egypt for my son. He gives me so much of mine own as I will kneel to him with thanks. Proculaus. Be of good cheer. You are fallen into a princely hand, fear nothing. Chapter 1000, Ake your full reference freely to my lord, who is so full of grace that it flows over. On all that need, let me report to him your sweet dependency, and you shall find a conqueror that will pray in aid for kindness, where he for grace is kneeled to. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Pray you tell him. Chapter 1, Am his fortune's vassal and I send him. The greatness he has got, I hourly learn. A doctrine of obedience, and would gladly. Chapter 50, Ukim ith face. Proculaus. This I'll report, dear lady. Have comfort, for I know your plight is pitied. Of him that caused it. Enter Gallus and Roman soldiers. You see how easily she may be surprised. Guard her till Caesar come. Chapter 1, RAS. Royal Queen. Chapter 100, HARMIAN. O Cleopatra, thou art taken queen. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Quick, quick, good hands. Drawing a dagger. Proculaus. Hold, worthy lady, hold. Seizes and disarms her. Chapter 500, Owe not yourself such wrong who are in this. Relieved but not betrayed. Chapter 150, Eopatra. What of death too? That rids our dogs of languish. Proculaus. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 500, O not abuse my master's bounty by. Undoing of yourself, let the world see. His nobleness well acted, which your death will never let come forth. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Where art thou, deaths? Chapter 100, hither come, come and take a queen. Worth many babes and beggars. Proculaus. O temperance lady. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Sir, I will eat no meat, I'll not drink, sir. Chapter 1, If idle talk will once be necessary. Chapter 1, I'll not sleep neither, this mortal house I'll ruin. Chapter 500, O Caesar what he can, know, sir, that I will not wait pinioned at your master's court, nor once be chastised with the sober eye of dull Octavia shall they hoist me up, and show me to the shouting varletry of censuring Rome, rather a ditch in Egypt. Be gentle grave unto me, rather on Nilus mud. Chapter 50, Eye me stark naked and let the water flies blow me into abhorring, rather make. Chapter 1000, Why countries high pyramids my gibbet, and hang me up in chains. Proculaus. You do extend these thoughts of horror further than you shall find cause in Caesar. Enter Dolabella. Chapter 500, Olabella. Proculaus. What thou hast done thy master Caesar knows, and he hath sent for thee, for the queen. Chapter 1, I'll take her to my guard. Proculaus. So Dolabella. Chapter 1, T shall content me best, be gentle to her. To Caesar I will speak what you shall please. Chapter 1, If you'll employ me to him. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Say I would die. Exeunt Proculaeus and soldiers. Chapter 500, Oleblla. Chapter 1000, Ost noble empress, you have heard of me. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 1, Cannot tell. Chapter 500, Oleblla. Assuredly you know me. Chapter 150, Eopatra. No matter, sir, what I have heard or known. You laugh when boys or women tell their dreams. Chapter 1, Est not your trick. Chapter 500, Oleblla. Chapter 1, Understand not, madam. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 1, Dreamt there was an Emperor Antony. Oh, such another sleep that I might see. But such another man. Chapter 500, Oleblla. Chapter 1, If it might please you. Chapter 150, Eopatra. His face was as the heavens, and therein stuck a sun and moon which kept their course and lighted the little the earth. Chapter 500, Oleblla. Chapter 1000, Ost sovereign creature. Chapter 150, Eopatra. His legs bestrid the ocean, his reared arm. Chapter 100, Rested the world, his voice was propertied as all the tuned spheres, and that to friends. But when he meant to quail and shake the orb, he was as rattling thunder, for his bounty. There was no winter in't, and autumn 'twas. That grew the more by reaping, his delights were dolphin-like, they showed his back above the element they lived in his livery. Walked crowns and crownets, realms and islands were as plates dropped from his pocket. Chapter 500, Oleblla. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Think you there was, or might be such a man as this I dreamt of? Chapter 500, Oleblla. Gentle madam, no. Chapter 150, Eopatra. You lie up to the hearing of the gods. But if there be nor ever were one such. Chapter 1, Tease past the size of dreaming, nature wants stuff to vie strange forms with fancy, yet imagine an Antony were nature's peace, gainst fancy. Chapter 100, On dimming shadows quite. Chapter 500, Oleblla. Hear me, good madam. Your loss is, as yourself, great, and you bear it. As answering to the weight, would I might never Ordake pursued success, but I do feel by the rebound of yours, a grief that smites. Chapter 1000, Why very hard at root. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 1, Thank you, sir. Know you what Caesar means to do with me? Chapter 500, Oleblla. Chapter 1, Am loath to tell you what I would you knew. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Nay, pray you, sir. Chapter 500, Oleblla. Though he be honorable. Chapter 150, Eopatra. He'll lead me then in triumph. Chapter 500, Oleblla. Chapter 1000, Adam he will, I know it. Flourish, enter Caesar, Proculaeus, Gallus, Maecenas, and others of his train. Alls. Chapter 1000, Aequae there, Caesar. Chapter 100, Aesar. Which is the Queen of Egypt? Chapter 500, Oleblla. Chapter 1, T is the Emperor madam. Cleopatra kneels. Chapter 100, Aesar. Arise, you shall not kneel. Chapter 1, Pray you rise, rise, Egypt. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Sir, the gods will have it thus, my master and my lord. Chapter 1, Must obey. Chapter 100, Aesar. Take to you no hard thoughts. The record of what injuries you did us, though written in our flesh, we shall remember as things but done by chance. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Solser oth world. Chapter 1. Cannot project mine own cause so well. To make it clear, but do confess I have been laden with like frailties which before have often shamed our sex. Chapter 100. Aesar. Chapter 150. Cleopatra no. We will extenuate, rather than enforce. Chapter 1. If you apply yourself to our intents, which towards you are most gentle, you shall find a benefit in this change, but if you seek to lay on me a cruelty by taking Antony's course, you shall bereave yourself of my good purposes, and put your children to that destruction which I'll guard them from. Chapter 1. If thereon you rely, I'll take my leave. Chapter 150. Eopatra. And may, through all the world, tease yours and we, your scutcheons and your signs of conquest, hang in what place you please, here my good lord. Chapter 100. Aesar. You shall advise me in all for Cleopatra. Chapter 150. Eopatra. This is the brief of money, plate, and jewels. Chapter 1. Am possessed of, teas exactly valued. Not petty things admitted, where Seleucus. Enter Seleucus. Seleucus. Here, madam. Chapter 150. Eopatra. This is my treasurer, let him speak, my lord. Upon his peril that I have reserved. To myself nothing, speak the truth, Seleucus. Seleucus. Chapter 1000. Adam, I had rather seal my lips than to my peril speak that which is not. Chapter 150. Eopatra. What have I kept back? Seleucus. Enough to purchase what you have made known. Chapter 100. Aesar. Nay, blush not, Cleopatra, I approve your wisdom in the deed. Chapter 150. Eopatra. See Caesar, oh behold, how pomp is followed, mine will now be yours. And should we shift estates, yours would be mine. The ingratitude of this Seleucus does even make me wild, O slave of no more trust than love that's hired. What goest thou back, thou shalt go back, I warrant thee, but I'll catch thine eyes. Though they had wings, slave, soulless villain dog. O rarely base. Chapter 100. Aesar. Good queen, let us entreat you. Chapter 150. Eopatra. O Caesar, what a wounding shame is this, that thou vouchsafing here to visit me. Chapter 500. Owing the honor of thy lordliness to one so meek, that mine own servant should parcel the sum of my disgraces by addition of his envy, say, good Caesar, that I some lady trifles have reserved. Chapter 1999. Omit toys, things of such dignity, as we greet modern friends withal, and say, some nobler token I have kept apart for Livia and Octavia to induce their mediation, must I be unfolded. With one that I have bred, the gods, it smites me beneath the fall I have. Prithee go hence, or I shall show the cinders of my spirits. Through ashes of my chance, wert thou a man, thou wouldst have mercy on me. Chapter 100. Aesar. Forbear, Seleucus. Chapter 150. Eopatra. Be it known that we, the greatest, are misthought for things that others do, and when we fall, we answer others, merits in our name are therefore to be pitied. Chapter 100. Aesar. Chapter 150. Cleopatra. Not what you have reserved, nor what acknowledged. Put we ith roll of conquest, still bet yours. Bestow it at your pleasure, and believe. Chapter 100. Esar's no merchant to make prize with you of things that merchants sold, therefore be cheered. Chapter 1000. Ache not your thoughts your prisons, no, dear queen, for we intend so to dispose you as yourself shall give us counsel, feed and sleep. Our care and pity is so much upon you that we remain your friend, and so adieu. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 1000, Why Master and My Lord. Chapter 100, Aesar. Not so, adieu. Flourish, exeunt Caesar and his train. Chapter 150, Eopatra. He words me, girls, he words me that I should not be noble to myself, but hark thee, Charmian. Whispers to Charmian. Chapter 1, Ras. Finish, good lady, the bright day is done, and we are for the dark. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Hie thee again. Chapter 1, Have spoke already, and it is provided. Go put it to the haste. Chapter 100, Harmin. Chapter 1000, Adam I will. Enter Dolly-Bella. Chapter 500, Oliblla. Where's the Queen? Chapter 100, Harmin. Behold, sir. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 500, Olibella. Chapter 500, Oliblla. Chapter 1000, Adam, as thereto sworn by your command, which my love makes religion to obey. Chapter 1, Tell you this, Caesar through Syria. Chapter 1, Intends his journey, and within 3 days you with your children will he send before. Chapter 1000, Ake your best use of this, I have performed your pleasure and my promise. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 500, Olibella. Chapter 1, Shall remain your debtor. Chapter 500, Oliblla. Chapter 1, Your servant. Adieu, good queen, I must attend on Caesar. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Farewell and thanks. Now, Eras, what think'st ye thou? Thou an Egyptian puppet shall be shown. Chapter 1, In Rome as well as I mechanic slaves, with greasy aprons, rules and hammers shall uplift us to the view, in their thick breaths. Rank of gross diet shall we be enclouded, and forced to drink their vapor. Chapter 1, Ras. The gods forbid. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Nay, 'tis most certain Eras, saucy lictors, will catch at us like strumpets, and scald rhymers ballad us out o tune, the quick comedians extemporally will stage us and present our Alexandrian revels. Antony shall be brought drunken forth, and I shall see some squeaking Cleopatra boy my greatness. Chapter 1, Posture of a whore. Chapter 1, Ras. O the good gods. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Nay, that's certain. Chapter 1, Ras. Chapter 1, I'll never seat, for I am sure mine nails are stronger than mine eyes. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Why, that's the way to fool their preparation and to conquer their most absurd intents. Enter Charmian. Now, Charmian, show me my women like a queen, go fetch. Chapter 1000, Why best attires, I am again for Cydnus to meet Mark Antony, Sirrah Eras go. Now, noble Charmian, will dispatch indeed. And when thou hast done this chair, I'll give thee leave to play till doomsday, bring our crown and all. Exit Eras, a noise within. Wherefore's this noise? Enter a guardsman. Guardsman, here is a rural fellow that will not be denied your highness presence. He brings you figs. Chapter 150, Eopatra. Chapter 50, Let him come in. What poor an instrument. Chapter 1000, I do a noble deed, he brings me liberty. Chapter 1000, Why resolutions placed, and I have nothing of woman in me, now from head to foot. Chapter 1, A marble constant, now the fleeting moon. No planet is of mine. Enter guardsman, and clown with a basket. Guardsman, this is the man. Chapter 150, eopatra. Avoid and leave him. Hast thou the pretty worm of Nilus there? That kills and pains not. Chapter 150, Own. Truly, I have him, but I would not be the party that should desire you to touch him, for his biting is immortal. Those that do die of it do seldom or never recover. Chapter 150, eopatra. Rememberst thou any that have died on't? Chapter 150, Own. Chapter 5, many men and women too. I heard of one of them no longer than yesterday, a very honest woman but something given to lie, as a woman should not do but in the way of honesty, how she died of the biting of it, what pain she felt. Truly she makes a very good report, O th worm, but he that will believe all that they say shall never be saved by half that they do. But this is most fallible, the worm's an odd worm. Chapter 150, eopatra. Get thee hence, farewell. Chapter 150, Own. Chapter 1, Wish you all joy of the worm. Sets down the basket. Chapter 150, eopatra. Farewell. Chapter 150, Own. You must think this, look you, that the worm will do his kind. Chapter 150, eopatra. I farewell. Chapter 150, Own. Chapter 50. You, the worm is not to be trusted, but in the keeping of wise people, for indeed there is no goodness in the worm. Chapter 150, eopatra. Take thou no care, it shall be heeded. Chapter 150, Own. Chapter 5, good. Give it nothing, I pray you, for it is not worth the feeding. Chapter 150, eopatra. Will it eat me? Chapter 150, Own. You must not think I am so simple, but I know the devil himself will not eat a woman. I know that a woman is a dish for the gods if the devil dress her not. But truly, these same whoreson devils do the gods great harm in their women, for in every 10 that they make, the devils mar 5. Chapter 150, eopatra. Well, get thee gone, farewell. Chapter 150, Own. Yes, forsooth, I wish you joy, O th worm. Enter Eris with a robe, crown and sea. Chapter 150, eopatra. Give me my robe, put on my crown, I have. Chapter 1999, Ortal longings in me, now no more. The juice of Egypt's grape shall moist this lip. Yare good Eras, quick, methinks I hear Antony call, I see him rouse himself. To praise my noble act, I hear him mock the luck of Caesar, which the gods give men. To excuse their after wrath, husband I come. Now to that name my courage prove my title. Chapter 1, Fire and air, my other elements. Chapter 1, Give to baser life, so have you done. Chapter 100, then, and take the last warmth of my lips. Farewell, kind Charmian, Eras, long farewell. Kisses them, Eras falls and dies. Have I the aspic in my lips, dust fall. Chapter 1, Thou and nature can so gently part. The stroke of death is as a lover's pinch, which hurts and is desired, dost thou lie still. Chapter 1, Thus thou vanishest, thou tell'st the world. Chapter 1, is not worth leave-taking. Chapter 100, Harman. Chapter 501, solve thick cloud and rain that I may say. The gods themselves do weep. Chapter 150, eopatra. This proves me base. Chapter 1, she first meet the curled Antony. He'll make demand of her, and spend that kiss. Which is my heaven to have, come thou mortal wretch. To an asp, which she applies to her breast. With thy sharp teeth, this knot intrinsicate. Of life at once untie, poor venomous fool. Be angry and dispatch, O couldst thou speak. That I might hear thee call great Caesar ass. Unpolicied. Chapter 100, Harman. O Eastern Star. Chapter 150, eopatra. Peace, peace. Chapter 500, Ost thou not see my baby at my breast, That sucks the nurse asleep. Chapter 100, Harmin. Oh break, oh break. Chapter 150, Eopatra. As sweet as balm, as soft as air, as gentle. O Antony, nay I will take thee too. Applying another asp to her arm. What should I stay? Chapter 100, Harmin. Chapter 1, In this vile world, so fare thee well. Now boast thee, death in thy possession lies. Alas unparalleled, downy windows close. And golden Phoebus never be beheld. Of eyes again so royal, your crowns awry. Chapter 1, I'll mend it and then play. Enter the guard rustling in. First guard. Where's the queen? Chapter 100, Harmin. Speak softly, wake her not. First guard. Chapter 100, Isar hath sent. Chapter 100, Harmin. Too slow a messenger. O come apace dispatch, I partly feel thee. First guard. Approach ho, all's not well, Caesar's beguiled. Second guard. There's Dolabella sent from Caesar, call him. First guard. What work is here, Charmian, is this well done? Chapter 100, Harmin. Chapter 1, Tea is well done and fitting for a princess. Chapter 500, Ascended of so many royal kings. Ah soldier. Enter Dolabella. Chapter 500, Olabella. How goes it here? Second guard. All dead. Chapter 500, Olabella. Chapter 100, Isar thy thoughts. Touch their effects in this, thyself art coming. To see perform the dreaded act which thou so sought'st to hinder. Enter Caesar and all his train, marching. Alls. Away there, away for Caesar. Chapter 500, Olabella. O sir, you are too sure an augurer. That you did fear is done. Chapter 100, Aesar. Bravest at the last. She levelled at our purposes, and being royal, took her own way, the manner of their deaths. Chapter 1, Do not see them bleed. Chapter 500, Olabella. Who was last with them? First guard. A simple countryman that brought her figs. This was his basket. Chapter 100, Aesar. Poisoned then. First guard. O Caesar. This Charmian lived but now, she stood and spake. Chapter 1, Found her trimming up the diadem. On her dead mistress, tremblingly she stood. And on the sudden dropped. Chapter 100, Aesar. O noble weakness. Chapter 1, If they had swallowed poison 'twould appear by external swelling, but she looks like sleep, as she would catch another Antony. Chapter 1, In her strong toil of grace. Chapter 500, Olabella. Here on her breast there is a vent of blood, and something blown. The like is on her arm. First guard. This is an aspic's trail, and these fig leaves have slime upon them, such as aspic leaves upon the caves of Nile. Chapter 100, Aesar. Chapter 1000, Ost probable. That so she died, for her physician tells me. She hath pursued conclusions infinite. Of easy ways to die, take up her bed, and bear her women from the monument. She shall be buried by her Antony. No grave upon the earth shall clip in it. A pair so famous, high events as these strike those that make them, and their story is no less in pity than his glory which brought them to be lamented, our army shall. Chapter 1, In solemn show attend this funeral. And then to Rome, come Dolabella see. High order in this great solemnity.